Hey guys, Dark Humility here. You can always catch me at twitch.tv/Dark Humility. 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 action of all kinds. We play all the builds, we do all the things. Been playing a lot of hardcore lately. Project Diablo 2, and of course, D2 Resurrected as well, D2R. But today we're focusing on Project Diablo 2 because it is time for the new season 4, launching on December 3rd, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It is coming up, and literally just a day and a half from making this video right here. So get ready with your new builds, new plans, and everything else. And with my brand new, insanely tested insanity of our brand new edition of our tier list that we have made since season 2, the Project Diablo 2 season 4 late game tier list, now in its final form after the final beta patch note has went live and has been tested. We tested till the very end. Chat and everyone has been awesome, helping us testing, advising different builds and different setups, just to modify the testing here and there to see just how strong all of these builds are in the late game. This is a monstrosity with over 300 entries. I will, of course, link this in the description and in the first pinned comment below of the YouTube video. And you guys can, of course, access it yourself there. We did over 100 hours of testing overall. Like I said, we tested till the very bitter end. All classes were tested a lot. However, I'd say the Sorceress was only tested like an hour and a half. The rest of them were tested like 6 to 12 hours. I tested the Sorceress the most in Season 3, and it also received the fewest number of changes, so that's okay. Um, and it's pretty easy to test the Sorceress, so it's, all you gotta do is kind of put on the certain element of gear and then see how much damage it does in maps and whatnot. So it was, I banged it out. I banged it out. We got all the testing done on the changes except for a couple here and there. But yeah, it's crazy stuff. This tier list, like I say every time, it is subject to possible changes. You never know what could happen when, post beta patch notes come out, things that maybe they come out with after launching the game. So there can always be some possible changes that come into it here and there. And yeah, I mean, I always try to make it as accurate as possible. I'm very meticulous about like clear speed. I try to verify it, with myself, with chat, just trying to like, I do so much testing so I get a feel for like how fast a build is clearing and whatnot, and we try to go from there. But yeah, it's crazy stuff. This is crazy stuff. We went nuts. I do a crazy amount of testing. If you've ever been in my stream, you'll know that this is yeah. So yeah, let's just but first let's take the time to thank Senpai and team for developing Project Diablo 2. Without all their hard effort, there's no way another awesome season will about to be launched. I'll try to also link the season 4 final beta patch notes below as well. They have, like, without all their effort, like, there's no way all these different builds could even be viable in endgame, nonetheless playable. So in D2R, I love the original version of the game, vanilla Diablo 2. But I gotta say, one weakness is definitely that most of the skill trees are, like, there's definitely like a lot of skill trees in D2R. I don't know about most, but a lot of them are not very strong, or in some cases unusable, like the martial arts skill tree in D2R. And there's just a lot of skills that aren't very good. But in Project Diablo 2, it's a whole nother ball game, and that's why we have 300 entries here. We tested all kinds of things, so this time we focused not just on late game mapping, we focused also on single target. We did a lot of Uber testing this time to see how much damage and how effective and how safe it appears to be versus Ubers. And we also did, obviously just to see how good the skill is. I also rate the support skills on how effective they are or how used they are as a support skill in general, and how good they are for that purpose. So yeah, without further ado, it is now Dark Humilities. Project Diablo 2 Season 4 late game tier list. Let's get it. Let's check exactly what is going on here. Um, all right. So yeah, we gotta kill it. Gotta kill it. All right. So first, let's go over what this tier list means. All right. So we have a key here on the left hand side. In case you guys don't know, I define the tiers so that it's kind of understandable what exactly I'm talking about when I define the tiers. So everyone has kind of standard definitions of everything. Um, but yeah, so like we got S tier. It's gonna be overpowered. It's everything in blue. I don't necessarily know if overpowered is always the right word, but I call it overpowered because when you get the gear, everything just melts in front of you. So once you are in the S tier, you can melt huge swaths of monsters with not much issue, especially if we're talking about mapping. If we're talking about Ubers, it's super fast kills or super safe combined with solid kills, things of that nature. All right. Anyway, so A would be strong and balanced, so that's everything in green here. Uh, that is the A tier. This is the tier I consider to be just solid. Like, there's nothing wrong with the build. It clears at a solid pace. Um, it doesn't have any huge outstanding problems. It's just a great build to play. It feels really good, and it's fun, and it's good stuff. Not necessarily as overloaded as the overpowered tier, but that's just how it is. One thing to note is everything from green to blue. I try to make those like cooler colors. Those are all like solid approaches, which is almost everything. If you check the tier list, man, it's no joke. They do a great job balancing the PD2 team and whatnot. So you just gotta give them credit for that where it's due. C is viable, okay. So once it starts to get into like the warmer colors, we're talking about things that they might be usable to some extent, but maybe not great. It's definitely gonna feel like a struggle. It feels really clunky or something. Um, just maybe not that good in general. D would be trash. So trash is trash. I don't really recommend anything that's trash at all. It's probably not gonna be a lot of fun for you if you attempt that. You can if you want, but it's gonna be kind of a struggle. And F is don't touch. There aren't many of these, but these are things that are just so bad that you would think they might work because. So the reason why I even designate these builds at all, there's a lot of things maybe I don't even test or try out because they're so bad or they're so garbage or they don't work. Um, there's a lot of things I don't test, of course. We don't test everything. A lot of things that are like with specialized items that have like special zero skills, like the Impaler, for instance. And there's a lot of items in Project Diablo 2 that do these weird things that I don't test that might actually be decent. However, there are some things I do test that you would think might be good, but they're not. And it's because there's like synergies applied to them, and it looks like they are viable, looks like they're solid, but it's just to steer you guys away from them because there's something wrong with them. Like it looks like they work, but they don't work. Um, and that's pretty much what the F tier is reserved for. It looks like they should work theoretically. It's kind of for newer players too, for returning players to Project Diablo 2 who have been playing, the best mod Diablo 2 since the beginning. They might already know that some of these skills don't really work and there's problems with them or there's a serious problem with them in general. Um, but yeah, I mean that's just kind of how it is though. One thing to note is that all these builds here were tested in really strong scenarios. We're trying to test them in their better scenarios. That means better maps, less immunities maybe, less really bad monsters for the build just in general. Tried to make the builds look as good as possible. That didn't. I mean, it's no. It never. The science on this is never 100%. But I have a pretty good working knowledge of maps and immunities and kind of where to go and whatnot, and that's how we tested them. If anything changes about the maps, or if there's any new maps, which I actually tested one of the new ones, but if there's any other new maps that appear that have different things about them, it could make some of these builds potentially shine even more or less. That's why I say like it's not 100%. One thing I will mention is there are some questions in the chat right now, so we will be doing a question and answer session at the end as well. I just want to go over kind of what the tiers mean first, and there will be a question and answer session though at the end where you guys can ask any other questions. But in the meantime, we're kind of going to go over my experience with each build very briefly, and then move on to the next build, and that's kind of how we're going to set this up today. Just want to make sure we kind of go over what the tiers mean. Another thing to mention is sub tiers. This is kind of self-explanatory, but if it's just solid, it's kind of in the middle of the tier. If it's plus or minus, it's like high end or low end. This is where most of the variation happens on this tier list because most things are decent, right? Most approaches in Project Diablo 2 are at least decent, and there's not a lot of huge differences in cleared speed. But most of the variation matters on a bit of a smaller level. Now it's noticeable for sure, very noticeable, but it's not like crazy. So some of those pluses and minuses actually mean quite a bit. But that's how we kind of adjust it a bit. You could arguably put things that are in B tier and F tier, but I don't think that's helpful for. I don't think that's accurate because the builds are actually good, like they actually work. You could stratify. You could spread it out a bit more, right? You could put everything from S to B to from like S to F if you wanted to, but I don't think that's genuine. I don't think that's an honest approach. So that's why we don't do that when we do this because they're solid. Like they clear. They're good even if they're in the B tier. So like if I put them in the F tier, steering people away from them is not honest, and people might be interested in those builds. They might not realize the build actually works. So it's to give people confidence that they actually work and whatnot at the end of the day. So yeah, there's always different approaches to things like this, but I try to be very careful in how we make these. All right, so let's kind of just go over kind of the rest of the information about this tier list here. Builds and or skills are primarily categorized as having mapping, single target, or support functions. So many build skills have multiple functions or entries. So we tested different skills in different ways, right? There are a lot of skills we tested against Ubers. Like I said, we didn't test all the skills against Ubers, but in parentheses here next to each skill, you'll see whether or not we tested it for mapping in this case, or support, or otherwise. And as you can see, there's some skills, like for instance, this is just an example, Chargeable Thunderstorm, that was tested against Ubers and single targets, and it was also tested against mapping. If it just says single target, we didn't test it against Ubers, just against single targets like map bosses. If it says support, it is not meant for mapping. It is supposed to be used as a support skill for other builds, multiple other builds. And in some cases, if there's a backslash there, technically one of these is a support skill, but it is a support skill that's pretty much only used for one build. There's a lot of situations where that is the case, of course. And even in one case, I even tested one build in a solo dungeon scenario. It's trash, but it actually clears it. So we'll talk about that when we get to it. So like there's a couple of other ones that aren't just mapping single target or Ubers, but for the most part, just make sure to heed that. So there's sometimes two tiers for the same skill. So if you look at this one, you might see firewall. Make sure you read that parentheses, because if you just see it, you might be like, wait, that's really strong against single targets. Why is that C tier? And then you're like, oh, there's another entry there. So make sure to heed that. We did a lot of testing in multiple scenarios and whatnot, and it's good stuff. All right, so we don't have, one thing to note is that this is first and foremost a late game tier list, and that means the focus is on things like mapping and single target killing and whatnot. And the most important things are going to be safety and budget, but for the most part, the biggest factor, those are the smaller factors, the safety and the budget and whatnot and the expense. The big factor that creates a single tier here is the mapping clear speed. That is the most important thing, or the Uber clear speed, etc. How difficult is it going to be to map with this? How fast can this character clear characters and monsters in a map? How fast can it, how many monsters can it blow up per second? That is the most important thing that we are testing here when we test each build. That is the biggest factor by far in what generates one of these tiers. They are not all equally considered. I think there might be other tier lists or even other testing other streamers or content creators or other people have done where they equally consider all of those factors. I consider those as factors because they are important, and in some cases it does matter when it comes to, like, a lot of physical damage builds, for instance. Like barbarians might be rated even higher, like on Whirlwind, if they have the perfect weapons. For instance, they're like S plus. But the only reason why they're not is because they require such absurd weapons to get to that power level. It's not realistic to expect they get there. We try to test these builds with late game builds for sure, so they have late game gear setups, but they are realistic late game setups. They're supposed to be things that you could acquire in the game and reasonably expect to acquire if you put in a decent amount of time. If you put in almost no amount of time, they might still be hard to get to. If you put in a ton of time, you can get some of these physical damage builds even stronger, which is something I will try to remember to explain when we get to those builds in general. So yeah, some of these cases they are dinged a bit for being expensive, and it's mostly just a ding if they're expensive. Um, it's not like when I mean a ding is like if I play with the best gear and I see that it does this power, I realize that it's the best gear. I also try to test multiple setups, as it says here, so that I could see the differences, and there are differences on a lot of those builds. So it is something to kind of consider. And I compare all the builds against each other across the whole tier list. They aren't just compared within a class, they are compared across all the builds. They're all supposed to give you an idea of how strong the build is in general across the whole game. All right. Anyway, so safety, survivability, and expense are taken into account, but they're not the primary factors. They might result in a ding, but that's about it. The reason why I do that instead of like trying to combine them all equally is because I feel like I want to give the community and you guys an understanding of how powerful the skill is in general. Um, so I feel like that's important, and that's the most important thing to give you guys. The most important thing is to help you guys understand how strong of a skill you are trying to use, if you want to use it, if you want to play it, if you want to start it. But more so if you want to work towards it. This tier list is most relevant in the late game, and the closer you get to early game, the less relevant it is because, as you can see here, there's no early game designation. It's because we don't test early game. We just do an extensive amount of late game testing. But that doesn't mean I can't comment on the early game power of skills. It just means that it hasn't been tested thoroughly. The other thing to note is that there's so many builds. There are so many builds you can play in Project Diablo 2, which is something we'll get to in a second. But for single targets, it's mostly the boss clear speed, like I said, and the support is mostly the usefulness of the skill for supporting of primary skills. So, yeah, that's pretty much it for there. So like I said though, in Project Diablo 2, you can almost start anything. Almost. There's a few things that are kind of bad. Like for instance, starting cold is a little bit of a struggle because Ice Bolt doesn't tend to be super strong for cold, and if you start cold like with Frost Nova or something, it can be dangerous. So this is all important stuff to note. Thank you guys again for all the follows. Once again, I'll be able to answer any questions after the video is complete with frequently asked questions. This video will likely still be hours long, but we'll try to make it as quick as possible. All right, here we go. So that being said, with all the early game stuff, there is one set of information. This is advice I gave in Season 3 as well that's very useful for understanding how strong a game is. How strong a build is in the early game. That is the early game LOD content, so not maps. We're talking LOD content, which is not explicitly tested when I test these builds. Trifecta of power. So this is what you want when you're starting out in Project Diablo 2 and looking for a starter build. You can build into these, of course, all in the late game. You can even start out as many of these builds. However, if you are looking, I'd say most of them, but if you're looking for early game power, you're looking for three things: high mobility, big area of effect damage, magic or physical type damage. Those things, if a build has a combination of these, or one of these things, will make it way stronger. So let's give an example. We have a Druid who has Gust, which is a new skill in Project Diablo 2 that allows you to have easy mobility. And you have a Druid that has Gust. It has physical damage with its tornadoes and twisters, a lot of it. And it's got big area of effect with those damage as well. That is a very strong early game build because of that. A Sorceress is a strong early game build typically because it has even higher mobility. And it has big area of effect with a lot of her spells. Not necessarily magic or physical type damage, but she has at least those. The more of these things and the bigger of these things that a build has, that is what is equal to early game power. That is the strength in the early game. So, yeah, that's what's important. So yeah, really good stuff, really important stuff. That's basically it. Like teeth is really strong because of like blood warp and teeth and mobility. I can give a lot of examples, and teeth is magic damage. But that's basically what you're looking for when you're looking for early game, because all those LOD areas, it's all about traveling to them, traveling through them. There's a lot of immunities in hell, but it's how much of those areas you can clear, how quickly. Cows are is a very high dense area. It's a very high dense area, so the more AOE you have, the higher you can clear it. It's all that kind of stuff is going to matter the most in the early game when it comes to efficient farming, 100%. Yeah, the more qualities a build possesses, the stronger it's going to be, and the strength of these qualities is going to matter quite a bit. Okay, so let's get into it. The late game tier list. So we have the Sorceress here. We have the Lightning Tree. So one just offshoot about the Sorceress. We were able to test almost all the changes in the Season 4 patch notes. However, we kind of ran out of time, I will admit, to test absolutely everything. Some of this data is from Season 3, and it was unchanged in the new season. There's also, in case, one build that was not, but that's okay. We were still able to test it a good like hour and a half, 2 hours, so it's very solid stuff. Once again, exclamation S4 tier list if you guys want to check out this tier list yourself from the chat right now. Okay. Anyway, Lightning Tree, GG, awesome stuff. Okay, so we have the first build here, Nova Thunderstorm. So this is like putting on typical lightning gear and whatnot. Griffins, shooters, that kind of stuff. Really good stuff, and solid in general. It should be 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Deos. 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay, so Nova Thunderstorm, you get all the standard sorceress gear, you got all the skills, got all the plus skills and whatnot. And she was a monster. Use a shield, standard energy shield stuff. If you even don't use a shield, does tons of damage, but it's dangerous. And it's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane stuff. It clears like a boss. S tier, solid. One of the strongest builds in the game for mapping, period. Charge Bolt Thunderstorm. Charge Bolt Thunderstorm. Honestly, you could even start out this build, especially with the new Act 3 Mercenary changes and how strong they've made his static field. It's pretty crazy stuff. Charge Bolt Thunderstorm is going to be super solid approach. And it's insane. You might actually be surprised. If you stand a little farther back from the monsters, as long as your Infinity is hitting them, or if you proc the Storm Spire static field on them, it's going to be an insane approach. Absolute crazy stuff. No problem. Destruction. Just from start to finish. Easy mode. Absolute easy mode. And easy stuff. No problem. And as for single target Ubers, we were able to test this as well. And yeah, just gangbuster. One thing to note about Charge Bolt is it was changed in the patch notes. It was increased from 24 to 28 bolts, and it really shows. Like, it definitely came up from last season quite a bit. Nova Thunderstorm still super solid from last season as well. One thing to note is that if you notice any differences from the Season 3 and Season 4 tier list, they might not necessarily be directly due to patch changes, but they could also be due to improved testing or even just due to, how they are performing relative to other builds. So it is a relative tier also. Everything is relative, so if you notice differences from the Season 3 tier list video, that's partially it. And yeah, it's pretty gangbuster though. One thing to note is that Stormspire is actually equal to Infinity in power now, so you don't even need an Infinity to make a Lightning character ultra powerful anymore. Infinity in some ways is actually better for cold and fire characters now. Except it's still strong for Lightning because it has more AoE in some cases and it's easier to apply. However, it's not as big of a deal to necessarily get Infinity on Lightning builds anymore. So that's one thing to mention as well. They're all extremely good though. Charge Bolt destroys Ubers as well. I did test this. It absolutely wrecks Lilith. It's crazy. Um, it might struggle against Mephisto. That's about it. Lightning builds are notoriously problematic against Uber Mephisto, but besides that, it absolutely wrecks them. Single target's no problem. Lightning Chain Lightning. This was one of the strongest builds I tested in all 100 hours of testing these builds for Project Diablo 2 Season 4. Crazy. Absolute crazy. Lightning is now a machine gun, and Chain Lightning has this insane damage. It's man, it's come a long way since Season 1. Season 1, this was like absolute garbage. And now it's like one of the strongest builds in the game. It tears through narrow maps specifically, just absolutely destroys them. Nova's maybe a bit better in some open maps, but also does well in somewhat narrow, more open maps as well. But Chain Lightning just absolutely would tear through a map like, honestly, any map. Even the wide open ones seem to get wrecked pretty easy. Uh, Things like cows might be a little bit more of a challenge, but things like River of Blood just absolutely destroyed. It's super fast. It it just melts everything. I don't know, man. It's crazy. That's all I can tell you from testing that. Telekinesis is still as solid as it always has been for killing single targets as a support ability in the lightning tree. Static field, solid. Honestly, maybe even a bit overpowered as a support skill because it breaks lightning immunities just like conviction, and it can break immunities on top of conviction. It can act on top of conviction, and it can even further break even more immunities and lower lightning resistance even more from monsters that have been broken by conviction, for instance. And it can be used in place of conviction to break immunities just on the Act 3 Mercenary and on the Sorceress itself. I like putting 1 point into this just to have a more reliable Sorc when the Act 3 Mercenary is indisposed. He likes to die sometimes. One thing I will note though is Act 3 Mercenaries are stronger than ever, and it definitely shows when it comes to playing lightning builds and any build that does not require an aura boost to their damage, so like magic builds. And I'll try to talk about that more as well, like cold, fire, and lightning mercenaries. I've never seen Act 3 mercenaries more viable than they are in this season. If you ever wanted to play one, they have solid uses, especially until you get to your endgame builds. But even in a lot of endgame builds, they have uses. Which is really awesome to see. All right, Melee and Berserk. I'll admit this was not tested in Season 4. This is one of like our 20 entries that was not tested versus the 300, the 280 or so that were, and the one that wasn't, which we'll talk about here in a moment. That wasn't tested at all in Season 4 that got changed. But yeah, we'll talk about those in a second, like one or two down here. But yeah, so Bears Zeal was tested last season. It was solid. It was solid, and they didn't change Dream at all. They didn't change any of the items. Theoretically, it should be just as powerful as it was last season. It's a decent mapper, decent, strong. It's in between like decent and strong. I would say it's strong though. Got to get those dreams though. It's kind of expensive too. It kind of gets a few dings because of that. Very cool stuff. And Energy Shield, just honestly, even if you're not playing hardcore, you might want to consider using Energy Shield because it's just so effective for keeping you alive in maps. You don't have to, though. There's ways to make yourself tanky enough without it, but um, it's extremely effective, especially in hardcore. And Teleport has never been more powerful in PD2. I'm proud to announce something that I support as a change, that Teleport, there's finally a way to reduce that terrible damage debuff from immediately after teleporting on a Sorceress now by dumping points into Teleport. Yes, I tested this. Yes, I do believe it has made all of the Sorceress builds in general, especially ones that aren't just waiting on things like Hydras or sitting there. Any build that is constantly teleporting is way stronger now because of this change potentially, especially if you just dump all your points into teleport, your spare points that after you've already maxed out synergies for other skills. It's even arguable that you might even want to do that early game just for quick clears of LOD because LOD requires a lot of mobility, even if it costs you some damage. Simply because it will increase the damage in the long run. I don't know about dumping all your points into here, but a decent amount might be a good idea. Like, just because it's now like a 2% damage debuff reduction per skill instead of 1%. So that's a pretty big deal. Yeah, it's a big buff for a lot of builds. It's a big buff for a lot of builds. Like almost all the builds have a higher tier in the Sorceress tree because of that one. Yeah. So we got Frost Nova here. Frost Nova for mapping. Really freaking strong. I'll admit I did not have enough time to retest it this season. However, it is arguably just as strong as last season or even stronger because of the teleport change. So it is still in the S tier. It is still super strong. Frost Nova is still going to be one of your strongest builds, 100% in Season 4. Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb is beastly. Frozen Orb clears everything right in front of you. They increased the range on it, which has made it even more powerful. You could even arguably put this in the S plus tier, but I was being a bit generous or rather conservative on this one. But it's really strong from what I can see from the testing I was able to perform on that one for this season based on the changes. Crazy stuff. One thing to note is Frozen Orb and Blizzard might be great starters as well, in addition to things like Charge Bolt or Chain Lightning, especially with like the Act 3 Mercenary. You don't need Infinity for lightning builds anymore, so you gotta get out of that mindset. There are ways to... lightning is powerful enough on its own right now to make that work. Okay. Ice Barrage. So Ice Barrage, super good, super powerful skill. It was not retested, but there were also no changes to it, just like with Frost Nova. No changes to Frost Nova this season. It's still going to be super strong. Not a lot of teleporting going on though, so likely not to benefit as much as some of these skills, but it's still pretty close. So it's solid. A plus. Very, very good. Strong and balanced. Blizzard. Blizzard is, with even more teleporting and with the Catacombs change, even the mid game is looking strong for Blizzard. This is going to probably be one of the best starters this season because of the Catacombs level 85 change and how you can get just as many items from Andariel as Mephisto. Make sure to look out for this one. Blizzard, the quintessential vanilla LOD build that dominates the early game in vanilla, is now one of the strongest builds in Project Diablo 2 Season 4. If you ever want to play Blizzard again as a starter, if you miss playing Blizzard as a starter in PD2 because it's been weak for the previous seasons, it finally started to get really strong last season. And this season, the skill itself received no changes, but Blizzard teleports a lot. And ultimately, it's come up in power. So that's one thing to note there. Oops, I dragged one. But yeah, anyway, it's crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff there. And yeah, it's you can spam it. It's more spammable. It's got a lower cooldown. You're gonna be able to level up very easy in the Catacombs with that. And in mapping, it destroys maps, which is why it's tiered that. It's powerful. if you use Ice Blast in combination with Blizzard for a bit more range, uh, it's good, but maybe not as solid of an approach as you'd think for Blizzard overall. Some of the strongest approaches I noticed for Blizzard was using Ice Barrage in combination for it for single target. Glacial Spike is also decent as well, but it's mostly just strong. It's just strong. It's on the low end of strong and balanced. It's a solid skill. I will admit, though, some of these other Blizzard things were also not retested as there was not enough time to retest them. However, there were no damage changes to these skills, so they're still pumping out just as much damage as they did before. No changes in the patch notes. Once again, I tried to test, and I did successfully test virtually every change in the patch notes period, even after the final round of beta patches were released. And we'll go over that again. All right. What's the difference in the catacombs? Level 85 area now. That means you can find any item in the game in the catacombs now. At least in catacombs 3 and 4. And yeah, you can farm the near Andy area and then farm Andy. Before that, it is a slightly lower level, but still way higher than it used to be. I think it's like 83 in catacombs 2. Crazy stuff. All right. All right. Ice Bolt. They try to position this as a single target ability. This is one of maybe the weakest early game abilities as well. And it's decent, but it doesn't perform as well as just combining it with Ice Barrage in most cases. Unless you're really killing Mephisto early game, but it's close. It's close. In the early game, it has a use, so it's decent. It's almost strong. It's powerful enough to be used as a single target ability, especially like early mid game. So that's pretty cool. For mapping though, you kind of just stop using it because it's just a waste of time. It's just a waste of effort. You can if you want though. Cold Enchant melee bow, Cold Enchant support. These were not tested this season. This is data taken over from season 3. Tested a lot of Cold Enchant and Fire Enchant stuff last season. And of course, Chilling and Shiver Armor is still very strong as a support ability. Last season, we also tested it when they did the Thorns changes last season. We tried to make a Thorns combined Shiver Chilling Armor just sit there and damage build. I mean, it's trash, but you can do it. It does damage. It's pretty crazy stuff indeed. Yeah, so Greater Hydra or Fireball. Greater Hydra Fireball, beastly stuff. It's pretty crazy stuff indeed. Awesome. Always gonna be very good. And this season, what they did was they increased the uptime on the Hydras. So this was actually one of the only changes that changed this season that we weren't able to test. So this is a little unfortunate. We just ran out of time. Like I said, we tested till the very end, but we did run out of we did run out of time for that 100%. So, however, last season it was rated A, and because of a better uptime, which was one of the major issues with this skill last season, I rated it as the high end of balanced, and it probably is with a improved uptime. So you can definitely look out for Hydra as a very powerful build in general. That being said, though, of course, some people might think that it takes too long to get started still, so just look out for that in general. I don't know 100% on this one though, but I am tiering it based on previous data and based on data this season from the changes. All right, Combustion's looking very good for the early game, especially with the teleport changes. The only problem with Combustion is that, if you don't already know anything about Combustion, it has a cooldown. The cooldown definitely lowers your ability to just keep dealing damage consistently, which definitely affects its ability to map to a strong degree. Its most open map has also achieved fire immunes since like late season 2 and season 3. So it has good scenarios, but they are it's strong for mapping. And once again, this is a late game tier list, so in the early game, Combustion's always going to be a very solid approach. So it definitely gets a bit weaker in that regard. Firebolt, still strong for single targets. Meteor was not retested this season. Nothing was changed on it this season though, and it was decent for mapping. It was decent or strong and balanced. So yeah, decent is the wording for B. So I like to say decent, but it was decent. You know, it was strong. It was good. It's almost decent, but it's a little bit better than that. Firewall for mapping. So they put a much larger cooldown on it. Even after I tested the, so I actually tested it after they fixed it. They actually increased the cooldown to 3 seconds on accident instead of 1.5. I did test the 1.5 change. Not so much a mapping skill anymore. It actually lost. This is one of the only sorceress abilities that lost some of its luster when it comes to mapping, and it's because now the cooldown is kind of massive on it, and it's still clunky, and it has a massive cooldown on it. They definitely took an axe to firewall a bit, and that cooldown also affects its ability to absolutely destroy a single target. I would have said maybe last season, like if I was being real, it's probably like S or S plus on a single target or Ubers, and for mapping it probably was this. It still does an insane amount of damage to single targets though, especially when you get the damage up. So it's still very strong, but you can't use it. You can't spam it enough for it to be used for mapping as well anymore. So it's viable. You can use it, but it's not going to be great. It is 100% exclamation S4 tier list. It is 100% shareable. It will be in the first pinned comment on the YouTube and on the description as well. Now, I actually just read the chat here for a second here. We're getting to Blaze now. Now, Blaze has been buffed quite a bit. That's the one thing I'm going to say about it. So one thing to note is look out for Blaze. Look out for Blaze being powerful and effective. Blaze is OP. Blaze is really strong. Single target, it does a ton of damage. I could see from the explosion that it has the potential to destroy Ubers and declone. I've been informed though it is a bug that Senpai plans on fixing though. So right now there's a bug with it. So right now this data is maybe inaccurate for this current state of where the bug currently is. Apparently it's got like some kind of bug damage or something. So maybe it's not supposed to be that ridiculous of an Uber or a declone killer as it is right now. So I'm being more conservative with my estimate currently just for the sake of this video and putting it as a strong and balanced. This could still be updated. This is after the final beta patch notes, but like I said, once again, there can be changes in the future. I'm also being more conservative with my mapping estimate as well. I did test this. It felt like it might be kind of clunky for mapping if you just use it on its face. There might be some weird or interesting item setups so that could make it less clunky and make it to where your sorceress doesn't get hit or take as much damage as often. Such as builds that use revives or things like that, like some items like Eternity or whatnot. I'm also being conservative with this right now because I'm not sure what bug it is or how it's being fixed. So this one, I can't guarantee 100% accurate here, accuracy on Blaze. What I can say is that Blaze is being buffed. Blaze is solid now. Blaze is viable. Has an initial explosion, and then it does tick damage after you run around them, and it does a ton of damage. So no longer is it complete trash as it used to be in previous seasons, which is how I used to have it rated. Now it is at least viable for mapping, maybe even decent for mapping, maybe even strong for mapping. And as far as Ubers and single targets, it's either somewhere strong or even overpowered currently. So it's no longer a trash skill. That is something just to note about that. Tiering accuracy is not guaranteed on that skill whatsoever until I update it. Yeah, I mean it could be used as utility as well, just to get more damage in essentially. So there's just a lot of things you can do with Blaze. Blaze is really cool. Blaze is really cool. Okay, so this is something I was able to test that is not bugged currently. So there's actually some things there's still some bugs they're fixing. Just to make that clear. Inferno is yeah. I mean I did test Blaze, but there's bugs they're fixing. So you know there's things and there's situations that might kind of render these not super accurate. But anyway, all right, let's go to Inferno. All right, Inferno mapping. So this is impressive. I tested this literally after the recent, the final beta patch that did change this skill. And oh my goodness, like holy moly. Inferno does damage. It has huge range. Um, you can basically Bowser breath everything in front of you, and it's really effective at mapping, strangely enough. Um, in the early game, you can probably just melt bosses too with it. It does so much damage now. You do have to stand perfectly still, but it does a ton of damage. It melts them at a pretty decent rate. The uptime though, the wind up time definitely is something though. It takes a little bit for the damage to actually be distributed to the monsters, and it takes a little bit for them to melt. So it's just, I would say, decent and effective for mapping. But when it comes to single targets, this thing is a this thing will this thing will bust some balls, man. This thing's out. Honestly, I tested Firewall and Inferno side by side for single targets, and even though Firewall was 100% dominant in the previous season for killing single targets with the cooldown now, it looked like Inferno was outperforming the overall damage of Firewall. So I don't know how that could be used necessarily. It might even be too dangerous to stand perfectly still like that for declone in a lot of scenarios, but I do know one thing: it absolutely melts the bosses. So you get that negative enemy fire res, and you sit there, it melts really hard. So look out for that skill to be super powerful for sure. All right, so that was actually very interesting. That was probably the most interesting thing from my Sorceress testing. One of the most surprising things was how well Inferno performed. Um, Blaze might be clunky in some scenarios, but it also is insane in others. So I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see how Blaze shakes out, though. I'm not 100% sure. I will update the list if there seems to be data coming from other people or myself that seems to suggest um, certain levels of power that are otherwise not currently known. Fire enchant. All right, fire enchant. Ooh, right. So that one was, yeah, that was last season. So we did a ton of testing on this last season, just like the coal enchant. And they didn't change anything with the enchants, period. So it should be just as strong as it was last season for using a bow like Widowmaker or anything else. Or, yeah, just like attacking with passion like Zeal Sorceress and things like that as well. Not Zeal Sorceress necessarily, but maybe like Vengeance, like you could use like Kingslayer and other cool stuff. All right, Warmth. Warmth is just a solid support skill. It regenerates mana. That's what it does. All right, so we are now completed with the Sorceress overview. I'm trying to do the overviews faster on this video, so the video is a little bit shorter. We'll see how successful we are in that regard. But overall, the Sorceress I actually rate as the overall strongest class after testing it. And I know I tested it the shortest out of all of them, but from what I could see, like I said, it's pretty easy to test the Sorceress. You kind of just change out certain gear, like, Ashudas, Griffins, Nightwings, Shaco, depending on the element and whatnot, and you just kind of change out a lot of it. You get the plus skills, you change out the GCs, and then bam, you can test the next set of builds. That's how we were able to test most of this still. A lot of this data still is coming from Season 3 because that's not changed in Season 4. But one thing I will mention is that anything I did test, especially with the teleport change and testing the other ones and testing the lightning skills, which we tested the most, and then testing some of the cold skills and then some of the fire skills, it all looks like the Sorceress is extremely powerful this season. She already had some really powerful cases last season. I wouldn't say she had a ton of powerful cases last season. If you compare this to my Season 3 one, you'll notice that I mostly just mentioned things like Nova, Charge Bull. Those are pretty powerful. They are definitely almost overpowered. Frost Nova was still overpowered, and that was about it. Now it seems like there are a lot of things you can do to make the Sorceress insanely strong. Maybe even more things that can make her insanely strong. Maybe with Blaze when everything's fixed. So I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy stuff though. I would actually rate it as the most overpowered class I've tested. Just in terms of having the same mobility, getting the damage where it's needed, just blowing up everything. Sorceress is insanely strong. I love Sorceress. I know some people don't necessarily like Sorceress being so strong, but I'm a fan of this. This is a lot of fun, so it's gonna be fun for Sorceress to be that strong. Facts. Sork OP. Yeah, absolutely. Sork is really strong. She's stronger than ever she's ever been on Project Diablo 2. So if you hated Senpai or anyone else for nerfing Sorceress, if you feel like, oh well, PD2 just hates Sorceress and that's why I don't like to play it because in previous seasons she's always been kind of lackluster or forced you to play only like one or two builds. Now is the time to branch out and start playing more builds and have fun with almost anything. There's not a lot of things you can do wrong on a Sorceress this season. Not a lot of things you can do wrong, as you can see here. Uh, so that goes for early game and late game. Sorceress is always master of early game with built-in teleport. That is, it's nerfed, but it's still solid, and you can even negate the damage nerfs now, even more by dumping teleports. So it's not that bad anymore. It's looking very good. Uh, Teleport is still on, yeah, it's still on those frames, but it doesn't matter too much because it's super solid now. The damage can be delivered appropriately. All right. Anyway, let's go. So let's go into Druid overview. So Druid is it's one of the first classes I tested. Sorceress was the last class I tested. We did a lot. From now on, we tested everything very thoroughly. So, Sorceress, there's definitely some fill-in data from Season 3, especially on skills, once again, that were left unchanged in Season 4 patch notes. They're unchanged. Um, However, tiers were adjusted accordingly, and of course, the things we did test definitely gave us a lot of data or insight as to how strong everything is on the Sorceress. It just was mind blowing. But when it comes to the rest of these, though, these are tested very thoroughly. We tested all the rest of the classes very carefully using lots of different scenarios, lots of different builds, and things like that. So this data is even more reliable. However, saying that this is pretty reliable if you ask me. Anything I tested in cold or lightning, and with Inferno, that stuff is real. Um, it's crazy. It's crazy. The damage is definitely there. Even without perfect gear, which is pretty insane to think. All right. Anyway, of course, I never tested perfect gear though. I always try to make it a bit more reasonable. All right, so Druid. Let's get a Druid. Druid time. Druid. All right, so I love the Druid. Dark Humility's pick for early game on Sorceress would probably be like Blizzard and Charge Bolt. Honestly, those would be my choices for early game power. You can also go Combustion as well. Those are always my choices for early game power and early game farming. However, my choice for the Druid, or one of my best choices for the Druid, is Wind. So it's Tornado Twister. So I love Wind Druid for early game, and the reason why is it's got crazy mobility. You get gust down to 0.5 seconds. It's not quite as fast as Sorcerer's Teleport, but it's up there. And you get tons of physical damage, so you don't have to worry about immunities very much. And if you get some source of amplified damage on your Mercenary, like Witchwild Stringbow or Reaper's Toll, or anything else, including the better options in the late game like Wrath, it's just super strong. So it does so much damage now. They didn't change the damage values really in season 4, at least not. I don't remember. I don't think they did. Um, Most of the changes were in season 3 on this, but we did retest it anyway because, like I said, everything's been retested pretty much from this part point on. And yeah, it's like, dang, it's like crazy damage, crazy damage. It's definitely strong and balanced. It's almost overpowered how powerful it is. Twister will absolutely just smash maps. It's super good. Super good. Got good mobility, good AoE, physical damage. You can do almost all maps with physical damage. So it's looking very good. Mapping with physical damage is never a problem. Physical and magic type damage and lightning damage to a lesser degree when you get static field and infinity and things like that going are the most versatile characters for mapping because they can break or circumvent the immunities. So these are things that are going to be very solid approaches for season 4 as well. And in single target, I did actually try to kill Lilith with this. I actually tested this. It's viable. Still not the strongest single target destroyer. Um, but well, I mean, he's a little bit better against like normal bosses, but against Ubers, you could do it. You can do it. It's just it's a little bit of a struggle. All right, Cold Hurricane, Arctic Blast. All right, so for mapping, this is real. They updated Frostwind again, so this is an item that they updated that made it to where I just had to test this approach. They updated Arctic Blast again as well, and damn, like before I would have said, this is like maybe the decent tier, but it's strong now. You can do face sitting, just sit on the monsters' faces and they melt from Hurricane, and then you can melt anything in front of you for safety with Arctic Blast. Arctic Blast melts just about as well as Inferno, so damn, yeah, just go that cold gear. So cold gear approach instead of just regular FCR plus skill, horizons slash hodos slash other like plus skill items for the Wind Druid. You go things like for this you could go like Frostwind to make it to where you have 9 to Arctic Blast, I believe it can get up to. Um, you can have the resist cold aura as well, which can further boost cold damage. You can have night wings. It's pretty crazy stuff. It's solid approach. So hopefully that inspires you to try that, and to try Inferno down there too, because I tested that Inferno pretty dang good. It was solid. So yeah, hopefully that stuff is inspiring for the new season. Very cool stuff. If you want to do something different. Fire all skills overall. So this is when you combine all the fire skills. So this is like you can use them all. They all synergize. So there is an overall fire build. Essentially, it's like Fire Druid. You got like fire, fissure, firestorm, volcano, boulder. You can use them all at once. Armageddon, that kind of stuff. Overall, I would say for mapping, it had a strong and balanced clear speed. Very strong build. Uh, it's not crazy. I think it felt crazier comparatively to other builds in the past. Um, and I've definitely thought of it as a bit stronger in the past compared to other builds. But compared to other builds now, it's just really strong. It's really strong. It's going to be solid though. One of the problems with fire though is that it tends to suffer a bit more from immunities than most of the other elements, but um, except for cold, which suffers badly from immunities. But yeah, yeah. That's very good approach. Using all those skills, it definitely going to kill monsters very fast. Testing in areas like Torahon Jungle, just making sure we didn't have too many fire immune problems, definitely made it look really good. And yeah, very strong. Fissure by itself. Fissure by itself. So this is where I did a lot of individual skill testing just to give you guys like an idea of like how strong the skills are on their own merit, How strong are they if you just use this skill at clearing monsters? This one's at the high end of decent effective. Fissure is solid, but it could be a lot stronger. Um, it definitely is even stronger the more density there is. So if you test this in scenarios like the cow map, which is only one map, but let's say you test it like across multiple maps, it's like high end of decent effective. If you just test it in cows, you can argue this thing is maybe even at the high end of strong and balanced. Um, but there are things that clear faster than that even in cows because I did check that. So and that's even with like pretty high end gear too, like with Raven Lore and Phoenix and stuff. So yeah, it's solid stuff though. Firestorm. This isn't really a mapping skill, but if you wanted to map with it, you can. It does decent AOE, but it's pretty slow. Dealing the damage and getting it distributed to the monsters is pretty tough. It's viable though. And as a single target ability, it's a lot stronger. However, it's still nothing too impressive compared to some things. And yeah, it's strong and balanced though. It's definitely strong. Firestorm's good. Volcano, not as impressive as Fissure, strangely enough. There was a time before they buffed Fissure in Season 4. So one thing to mention is Fissure was buffed. So that I would say Volcano was a bit stronger for the AoE. It's no longer the strongest skill though. I'd say Fissure actually outperforms Volcano now by a little bit. There's definitely a decent difference there. And the thing that still performs the best, same as in season 3, it was retested though. There were no changes to it, so it's just like with Sorceress skills that weren't retested, which there's definitely a few of them here and there that we did not retest. But though it's just like that, we retested it anyway though, just because we had time to retest this one, and it got the same grade it did last season, which was it's insane. If you guys don't know what this build is, basically you just get amp on the Mercenary, you get facets on your gear, you get negative enemy res on your gear. Molten Boulder does both physical and fire damage, so if you get the amp applied to the monsters on top of the negative enemy res, Molten Boulder will literally just bowl down maps. It's just bowling. It's just crazy bowling. It just absolutely runs over everything. It's like Indiana Jones, like on steroids. Um, it's just rapid firing, rapid bowling, basically, just bowling over everything almost instantly. It's very powerful. Do not underestimate this ability. I don't know how many people actually know how to build this build. That's why I kind of put like it's Armageddon. It uses amplified damage. It's not what you would expect, but that's how you do it properly. If you just do negative enemy res, it's weaker than this. You need the combination of enemy negative fire res and amplified damage to make that build work. But it's very strong. Armageddon fire. So as a support ability, it's never been better as a support ability. It does damage and it's solid. Is the damage always necessarily where it should be? Not always, but it does a ton of damage, so that's really good. Always worth to get Armageddon on the fire build. Always worth to keep it going. Hey, thank you all the kind comments in the chat. We'll be doing a question and answer session again at the end. Right now we're just going over my assessments of the builds, and then it's going to be a video, so we're making a video. Hopefully you guys enjoy this exclamation S4 tier list if you guys want to access it from the chat and get to it yourself. All right, so Cyclone Armor. Cyclone Armor just I don't know. I'm never super impressed by this ability. It blocks damage, but it's not a lot. It got heavily nerfed since the very beginning of PD2, and I don't know. It never got its power back. To be fair, it is pretty insane in LOD, but it's like maybe like a shadow of its former self. It definitely is super easy for monsters to take the Cyclone Armor off of you. So using it as a 1-point wonder, not necessarily the best approach. And the other problem with it is that it's not even a synergy for the wind build anymore. It is a synergy for the Arctic Blast build, I think. But anyway, it definitely lacks some of the power that it used to have, or the effectiveness. So it's decent. It does something. It's good to use, but it's not as powerful as the support abilities it once was. Gust support. Almost overpowered, but it's not like teleport. It's got limitations. It's got a cooldown. You have to bring down the cooldown with plus skills or with an item like what should I call it? Quetzalcoatl's. Quetzalcoatl. It's a new item that was made in season 3, so that's pretty cool. Anyway, Gus is really good, very powerful, very effective at getting from point A to point B. Solid support skill. All right, shape shifting. Okay, so this is one of the more interesting trees because it got the most changes besides some of the fire changes that happened with Fissure and some other things that made Fissure stronger than it was last season, in my opinion, and good overall. Shape shifting, a lot of good changes here for shape shifting. The farming area. Oh, you're talking about the D2R one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, not a super effective skill in the original version of the game, I'm afraid. All right, here we go. So we got bear and whatnot. It's all good to go. All right, so Fire Claw. Fire Claw. All right, so bear, we got Fire Claw on the shape-shifting tree. This skill, it's getting better. It's getting better. I still thought it was like A- last season, but compared to all the builds in this season, it definitely ended up in that A- zone. And it has good AoE and it's solid. There's a lot of things you can even use crossbows in some cases that have some good fire res stats on it, but it is super solid indeed. Wolf Fireclaw. also solid, but not quite as much as Bear. The Bear definitely has gotten a boost to its AoE, and it definitely, you can feel it. The Bear definitely has a somewhat sizable advantage, at least when it comes to Fireclaw. But the Wolf has a bit more mobility, but the Bear still has tons of mobility with Hunger, so it's close. It's close. They're both solid though. Strong and balanced, or at least at the high end of decent and effective. Definitely going to be decent for mapping there. Wolf, Bear, Fireclaw, single target. You know, this is a pretty solid ability. When it comes to taking down Ubers, you can kill Ubers pretty fast with this and other single targets. So very solid indeed. All right. I am going to be right back, actually, guys, in just a moment, and we're going to continue this in just a moment. Just a moment, guys. We'll be right back, guys. And we will continue the Druid, and we'll keep going doing our build overview. See you guys in a moment. All right, let's continue. Hello, guys. We're back. All right, let's get it. So we have rabies. Rabies is solid. The only weakness of rabies is that getting in close to and strafing to hit multiple monsters to spread the disease faster can be a little challenging. But besides that, the damage is there. And especially in maps that have limited amounts of poison res, or simply just like situations or role or map roles that have limited poison res, I should say. Um, but at any rate, it is very, very strong. The clear speed is definitely solid and balanced. There's definitely faster builds, but very solid approach. For single targets, not as impressive as you might think. I it's pretty solid though. It's pretty solid. It's good though. Can always kill them with other skills in conjunction with rabies. So rabies, of course, by itself, very powerful at mowing down that density. Wolf mapping in Fury single targets. So Fury's never been stronger. Fury's very strong. It definitely got buffed in multiple ways, including with Feral Rage itself, which is a support ability that's now insanely strong. It's very good with that speed and life leech and whatnot. And even the damage on itself is even higher as well. So as a mapping approach, it's as strong as rabies. Like you kill very fast with those decently powerful weapons. With extremely powerful weapons, you can argue that it's even faster than that. However, it's gated by the fact some of those weapons are somewhat unrealistic, like with a lot of physical damage builds. And it's good though. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, one thing to mention is once again, these ratings are mostly based on this. So it is about the mapping speed. Um, there are other ways to rate things. Obviously, we do take into account like expense and safety and survivability, but those are the major factors that they are rated on. If you combine other informations and if you maybe weight them all equally, you might reach a different conclusion. So let's say you rated budget or expense and safety and survivability as the same as the clear speed, so they are all weighted equally. You could come to very different conclusions, but what I really was trying to do is give you guys an understanding of ability strength, just how strong the ability is and how much potential the skill has. That is the most important thing here that we're trying to do with this tier list and with all the testing that I've done. All right, so bear, maul, maul is strong. With the increased bear AOE and some other factors, bear is looking even better than ever. Maul's looking solid. You can definitely maul down maps. It's strong and effect. It's strong and balanced, and it's almost just effective, but it's strong though. You can go very fast with that. Um, Definitely. One thing to mention, of course, I don't think I mentioned on Fury is that it takes down Ubers very, very fast. So you get the right gear on a Wolf Druid, you're gonna have a lot of good fun with the Fury skill, killing the single targets. One of the stronger Uber builds in the game, I would say. And of course, Maul is also insanely good at killing Ubers as well. Maybe I'd say the frames are really what keeps the bear um, a tier down in a lot of cases from the wolf is really that the bear has just crappier frames, like crappier FHR frames and whatnot, which are still the case in PD2. So the wolf definitely has an advantage over the bear in most cases, but the advantage, the gap is closing. The gap is closing. That's something I'd like to emphasize. All right, Shockwave. Shockwave is even more solid than ever. Um, I think I might have given it the same tier in Season 3. However, once again, to adjust for all of the current powers of all the builds, I would still say it's strong and balanced. It is solid. It's very solid. It clears. It can take a couple of shockwaves, even with a lot of plus skills to clear. But with high, faster cast rate and plus skills, you're looking at a very solid build there for clearing high density. Bear, hunger, support. I know hunger's nice. Hunger's really nice. That movement speed and whatnot is that, and that crit damage is that's really what makes this build with the maul and what really pops. So um, yeah, definitely make sure to prioritize this skill when you use that build. Very good stuff indeed. All right. So one change actually that happened. This wasn't the initial season 4 patch notes, but in the beta patch notes, summoners got helped out quite a bit. This used to be maybe a high, decent, effective, maybe really low, strong and balanced build at best for mapping. It's always been super strong early game. Summons are always insane early games. This is one of my Dark Humility's choices for early game as well, in addition to Tornado Twister. Um, highly recommend. Of course, I also like things like Fissure and Molten Boulder for maggot layer farming, but when it comes down to it, this is one of my early game choices for the Druid as well, which is Summon Druid. Very, very strong for early game, but now it's not just strong in the early game. It's strong and balanced, and the power is definitely starting to get up there for mapping. It was tested when Ravens were added. It even got more responsiveness on the animals, and it is very evident. So, um, it's going to even be even better than ever in the late game to just play and to absolutely destroy things, even for like chaos farming in conjunction with Gust. You're going to have a lot of good times. Just pure animals, pure Heart of Wolverine. It's great stuff. It's better than ever now. It's the first time it's been changed since season 1, so that's awesome stuff to know. And summon ravens, wolves, bears for single target Ubers is insane. It is insane. You summon all of that, you gust right on top of the Uber, like Lilith or whatever, it will kill it incredibly fast and safely. It's definitely one of those insanely powerful cases. It's almost too easy, especially once you get like over um, 45 plus skills, like at least over 40 skills on your summons. It's going to be a crazy approach for Ubers. I would say if you have less plus skills, obviously Ubers are always going to be tougher with weaker builds. It might not be nearly as effective, but once you get those skills there, it's crazy damage. Yeah, you can one shot like El Diablo and Chaos. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. I've never done it. It's pretty amazing. Poison Creeper. Okay, so we tested this again, and it didn't really receive any direct changes. Really, not really exactly, except for the fact Death's Web was nerfed, re-nerfed again, and yeah, it's trash. Yeah, you can't just go Poison Creepers. It's meant so it's an A support skill because it's meant to be a support skill for rabies. Um, it is not meant to be a pure. So the Vine Druid, the Tentacle Druid, as some trolls in my chat have called it, is not a thing. Don't do it. All right. Unless you want to be tortured. All right. For early game though, Poison Creeper is still solid, by the way. So this is once again late game to your list. That's what we're doing. It doesn't work. All right, Kieran Vaughn. It gives you some life back sometimes. It's lack of responsiveness in the unreliableness of that life gain though is kind of a problem. Using these other vines is still kind of clunky or very clunky. In the case of Solar Creeper, it's almost like don't even bother. There's just better and easier ways to get mana. That's just the way it is. Heart of the Wolverine, A plus. It's stronger than ever. I would have rated it maybe A or A minus before, but they buffed it again. For physical damage builds, it's becoming more and more the go-to. Unless you're on hardcore, you could still consider Oak Sage, but it's just becoming really much like the physical damage Oak, and of course, obviously for summons, but for any other physical damage as well, such as Fury. It's also got better AI, Oak Sage has better AI as well, which is why it was rated worse last season. So the better AI has also improved them, so they don't run into monsters purposely as often anymore. Um, Also, yeah, someone mentioned in the chat the Wisp projector prices. Oh yeah, it's gonna be pretty high. Um, because now all the physical damage builds are gonna be wanting a more improved Heart of the Wolverine. I'll tell you that much. And Nature's Peace might see a bit too because Oak Sage might not die as often. So I think both of these oaks are improved since last season, or both of these sages are improved, and it's good stuff. Spirit of the Barbs, unless you're trying some weird meme build, is still pretty trash. Uh, but you can't say it's totally unusable. You're probably gonna want to avoid it for almost every build though. Yeah, people are asking questions about builds we are not arrived to yet. You're gonna have to wait till we get them. All right, so overall in the Druid, where would I place it in the ranking of the 7 classes? I mean, has Druid ever been at the top, even in PD2? No, it hasn't. Maybe one season it might be. Who knows? As it stands now, though, the Druid is my lowest rated class, whereas the Sorceress is the highest rated one. Um, it's always been the lowest rated class, though, even in LOD. The only thing, though, is that with PD2, it's gotten so much stronger than in LOD. It's so much better than in LOD. It's effective in the end game. It's getting more and more effective all the time, and it's getting closer. It's getting closer to the point that people might just really love the play styles and the builds, and the strength is there. So having fun with the Druid is definitely there. Remember, the differences aren't enormous, but even between the classes. But I would say overall, the rating is, it is my lowest rated class choice. That being said, I love the Druid, and there's definitely choices. I even gave you guys some early game choices that I would do, and really awesome like late game performance as well. Very good stuff for Ubers especially, so you really can't go wrong with the Druid, despite it being the lowest rated class. It's very good. Amazon. All right, let's get into the Amazon. Let's get into Lightning Fury. So, Javelin, Spirit Tree, Lightning Fury. Let's talk about Lightning Fury. So, Lightning Fury was already an absurdly powerful case last season. They actually made it even stronger in the early game by making it to where all you need is to dump max Lightning Fury to get 14 bolts instead of needing level 40 Lightning Fury to get 14 bolts. What that means is that the skill is now even stronger in the early and mid game. Now, this is not an early mid game tier list, this is a late game tier list. So its tier reflects its mapping strength. It is a crazy ability. It hits so many monsters so fast that the more density, the better. You get really, really dense maps, which usually is what you want for the most amount of experience and the time spent and whatnot, the most amount of items, and it's insanely strong. That being said, you could even put it at S minus, just barely overpowered because it's been nerfed heavily in the latest beta patch, which was retested. However, it almost is. I mean, it is noticeable, but it's not crazy. It was like almost S double plus, S plus for sure was the rating when I started testing it. Because that's just how absurd it was. Like you could reposition with Enigma and just blow up everything with like 1 or 2 javelins. Now it might take somewhere between like 3 to 4 javelins to blow up everything with it. Um, However, it's still super strong. Um, I'm kind of teetering on this one though. It could be just at the low end of overpowered still, but it's definitely nowhere near as strong as it was when I first started testing. So it's still very strong compared to most abilities though, and it still clears density like a boss. So you don't have to worry about your Lightning Fury zone. That's going to be a great choice for sure. All right. That's pretty much all I got to really say about that. We tested it, of course, with the standard basic Lightning Fury Amazon gear, which is pretty darn similar to vanilla, except for like Thunderstroke being the goat and some other stuff as well. But yeah, that's about it. Very good stuff. All right, so Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolts. Lightning Bolt, single target is still a powerhouse, but it's nothing crazy. Was not tested against Ubers, as you can see there, but you know, I don't think I would use that against Ubers. I think it's just strong against like map bosses and things. Power Strike. Power Strike, mapping a single target. Strong and balanced at the low end now, so it's come up a little bit in my opinion. They increased the AoE even more, so now you can run around and power strike things even better. So it's actually a solid build now. Yeah, just feel free to use power strike zone. It's a lot of fun, and it's actually strong. It's strong ability. Lightning strike. Strangely enough, power strike is about the same strength as lightning strike, but lightning strike used to be Lightning Strike before it got nerfs and whatnot used to be like close to the S tier or S tier in the previous two, in season 1 and season 2, and it's taken a lot of hits, and it's kind of just stayed at this area where it's like just it's strong, it's balanced but barely, and it's strong. But honestly, I don't know why I would use these over Lightning Fury for mapping. So yeah, Lightning Fury is just way stronger for mapping. All right, Charge Strike. Charge Strike, single target performance, looking pretty good. It is used in the Lightning Strike build, though. The single target for Lightning Fury is Lightning Bolt. So how often it's actually that powerful anymore, I don't know. But if you use Lightning Strike and you want to do Lightning Strike, this is what you want to do. Very strong ability still. Poison Plague Javelin. So this is our second strongest ability for mapping in this tree, which is Poison Plague Javelin. It's come a long way, but it's even stronger in this season, getting the hitbox increased by 100%. They had to nerf some of its damage though, because initially I had this rated as an S tier build. That is how powerful it was. It was threatening to rival the clear speed of things like Poison Nova and even Lightning Fury to some degree. They had to tone it down quite a bit. Um, it was kind of crazy. So it's now just the high end of strong balanced, but it's very strong. And this is actually one of Dark Humility's picks for early game on the Amazon. So this is a very effective build in the early game on the Amazon. If you want to level with this and you want to transition to other things later, not only is it strong at mapping in the late game, but it's very powerful for leveling. So make sure to pick that one up. I love that ability. You might underestimate it. There's also a lot of early game items that give poison skills now, so make sure to check them out. All right, and then of course the last skill set in that tree is Jab, Fend, and Jab. So, Jab, Fend, Jab, very powerful abilities, very good. The only thing I would say about these is that they weren't really changed too much this season, but they got so powerful last season, and they're still so powerful. Jab is one of the most reliable budget Uber killers there is. You can use literally a true silver, upgraded, double upgraded. You can have it a thrill, not a thrill. Thrill's a bit better, and you can use something like a Headhunter's Glory, which is usually a cheap item, despite being kind of rare because people don't usually use it that often. It's still powerful though, and you can just proc amp. You can kill them very fast. You can kill all the Uber bosses. I even demoed it on stream when I tested this, and it's one of the most effective builds for killing the Ubers on the Amazon. Period. If not the most effective build for killing the Ubers on the Amazon, which I think it is. So make sure to check that one out. And Jab, Fend, mapping. Well, it's it's decent. It's decent. That's all I'm going to say about it. It's a little bit of a struggle in the higher end maps and the lower end maps. It's just a little bit slower. But you can do it. You can do it 100%. The main problem with Jab and Fend is you're kind of standing still, which is kind of the main limiting factor to faster map clear speed, relatively speaking. All right, bow and crossbow. Oh man. So these changes always undergo a lot of changes. Sometimes the items undergoing changes, like having max sockets of 4 and then back to 6 this season for crossbows and things like that. And yeah, so we took the upper limits of the items into accounts, but also the more mid limits, the more realistic limits. I was mostly using more realistic bows to test this because if you get ridiculous items in any game, and that includes this game, that are really difficult to acquire, I believe they should be super powerful, and you should be able to just like destroy everything. So that's okay. Builds like multi-shot and strafe are good examples of builds that could theoretically be tiered as S or S plus even if you get the right items. However, um, we're being a bit more conservative in our estimates because of the gear considerations. Once again, that kind of ding it a bit. Is still a little overpowered. Very powerful builds. They clear very fast. Um, Even with the changes to Atma's, Strafe is still boss. Can kill very easy. I recommend Barizza with Strafe every time. Multi-shot, you can do whatever you want. You could do Barizza, you could do Wind Force. There's all kinds of things you can do. But in general, those are probably the better options. And get as many sockets as possible, get as much ED as possible, and you will be clearing like gangbusters and maps, no problem, especially ones that are at least not super narrow, but a little bit like, Throne of Insanity gets absolutely busted up by these things. No problem. And very, very powerful builds. So Bow is going to be good. I will say though, Lightning Fury is probably a little cheaper, and it's even maybe a little stronger, unless you have the most powerful weapons in the game. So if you have the most powerful weapons in the game, you can arguably say that even Lightning Fury is slower than some of these bow and crossbow builds, so that's good. All right. Here we go. We got good stuff. So Brand Bow, this was not retested this season, but this was grandfathered over from season 3. The changes on this happened in season 3, so we tested it. You would think that Bone Spear would be stronger, but truth is the strong physical damage builds are just stronger. Period. And they have an advantage. This is a bit of a meme, but it's also a fun meme, and destroying the screen with Bone Spears is just a lot of fun. So that's all that really is. It's a solid approach though. You can still do that if you want, and it's fun. It can be fun to hear the sound. It's very, very good stuff. All right, Guided Arrow. Guided Arrow. I used to see a day when it was super overpowered. Now it's just at the low end of strong and balanced, and it clears single targets and Ubers effectively. One thing to note though is that Strafe is technically better against all single targets except for Ubers than Guided Arrow, which is why Ubers are not listed here and they're listed here. So Strafe is still better against like a map boss, for instance. It's just that powerful. Very strong ability. All right, so yeah, we tested with a lot of different setups though. That was fun stuff. Freezing Arrow, once again, exclamation S4 tier list if you guys want to follow along or get access to this document yourself. It will also be in the pinned comments and in the description of the YouTube video we're making right now. All right, let's continue. Freezing Arrow. Freezing Arrow has never been weak in PD2, especially after the initial buffs, I think in Season 2 maybe. It was retested again, and it's just insanely strong. Compared to all the other builds currently, it's one of the strongest builds in the game. And it's one of the overall strongest rated builds, period. Very, very good stuff. And one of the strongest builds on the Amazon. I would say it rivals Lightning Fury, no problem. In some maps, it's possible it even exceeds it. So it's just something to note here. Like I said, like maybe when we do some more adjustments, it's possible we might even put this down to S minus, but that doesn't mean it's weak. It's S is insane, so very strong builds. Anyway, Cold Arrow mapping. It's okay. I mean, it's decent. It's decent. It's decent. It's solid. I mean, it's got solid clear speed, but when it compares to most builds, the range is I think the biggest limiting factor on this ability, and it doesn't do as much damage as Fire Arrow, which just does way more damage, which is something that we tested with some of the best bows that they can use, or some of the at least decent ones. Very good stuff. All right, Ice Arrow still absolutely destroys single targets. Map bosses get shredded by this. Make sure to have Ice Arrow. If you're using the Freezing Arrow build, make sure to have this on a hotkey and destroy with it. No problem. Cold Arrow, I don't even know if there's much of a use for this in the late game, but one thing to mention about Cold Arrow is for the early and mid game. Maybe before Freezing Arrow fully comes online, it can at least be decent. But it's kind of outclassed by Freezing Arrow, like big time. Fire, all skills overall. All right, so this is Fire Arrow, all skills overall. Actually, this one should be Fire Arrow. Sweet. Yeah. Fire arrow, all skills overall, solid stuff. Looking really good. Fire arrow honestly is looking stronger than ever. They have really busted it up this patch in season 4 for the beta, and it's looking beastly. It's looking super beastly. Ice arrow on Ubers. I did not test that. However, it might be possible. I don't know how effective that would be though, simply because it's like it doesn't pierce. It only hits the first monster, so it might be a little challenging to kill Ubers with it. That's why I didn't test it. Um, it could be pretty solid though. Maybe an idea for something to test in season 5. Um, good idea. All right. Anyway, fire arrow by itself. Fire arrow very strong. Um, very strong actually. So the biggest limitation of this is the range. However, it is strong. It is balanced. It could be a lot stronger, but it doesn't blow up the whole screen. But it will absolutely just flatten whatever it hits. It's very powerful now. They increase the damage and the bows that can be used with it, like Hand of Justice and Phoenix, especially like Hand of Justice, though. Very powerful approaches and very nice. Explosion Arrow by itself. Similar power though. Similar power overall though. If you use all these in combination with Immolation Arrow, that's what Fire Arrow all skills overall means. It hits really hard and it's not quite overpowered. It's definitely on the high end of balance though. Very good. Comparable clear speed to a Wind Druid even. Very strong. Immolation Arrow. Yeah, by itself. Yeah, I mean it's still not really meant for mapping so much. However, they did power it up a lot. So this ability used to be still crap in season 3 when they attempted the first time to make it good, and now it's actually solid. And the biggest way to see this is against single targets and Ubers. You can kill Ubers with this. I tested this. Immolation Arrow is powerful. I think you can even kill Declone with this. I don't. One thing to mention is that I don't do declone testing when I do this. I focus on mapping Ubers and support and just the overall like interaction of skills in the game. Some people only do declone stuff, so um, they'll have a better idea of what works against declone. But I can theorize when something would be good against declone because usually, if it works good against the normal Ubers, and it does a lot of damage against them, normally declone will also take a big chunk with those as well. So yeah, Immolation Arrow is very strong now. That Pyre is very powerful. It's come a long way, and now we're looking at an ability that's borderline overpowered for single targets, and in some ways, I guess what you could say actually is. Rainbow Ellie. So I actually tried this out. This is kind of cool. A build that kind of is. This is probably the most interesting use of Zenith that I have found. So Zenith can be used on some other like hybrid type builds as well. And the way Zenith has Sanctuary Aura, so it boosts both fire and cold damage. And it gives you all res, so it's a very good defensive bow, and it also boosts elemental damage. Zenith on the Act 1 Mercenary in combination with or sorry, not Zenith on the Mercenary. Why did I say on the Mercenary? No, Zenith on your character. So you use Zenith on you, and then you use an Infinity on the Mercenary. And then, yeah, it's really powerful. It's very powerful. You get the Sanctuary Aura directly on you. The Fire Arrow, you still go mostly Freezing Arrow, but then you get the Fire Arrow to supplement the damage as well, which is just really cool stuff. I would say the pure Freezing approach is maybe still a little stronger. Um, just because like you use Ice Bow with it or like Mavs and you get more negative enemy cold res. But if you want a hybrid approach, it's more versatile, not necessarily the best in its best case scenario. This is going to be super solid. The Fire Arrow is powerful with this build too, so yeah, it's if you're ever having immunity issues or you don't want immunity issues with the cold or the Fire Arrow builds, this is strong. You get that Zod in the jaw in that bow, that new runeward bow makes this build a thing. It's really powerful, very cool. One of the more interesting things that I discovered testing the Amazon in Season 4. Magic Arrow mapping. Well, it's still just decent and effective. Yeah, I mean, it's better in the early game because it's super cheap, and it's better for LOD content. So, Magic Arrow would be like one of my choices for a starter, but I would still recommend Freezing Arrow as a starter compared to all other starters in this, just because of how powerful it is. So if you're looking for a starter in the bow section, Freezing Arrow is still the go-to in my opinion. That's Dark Humility's choice for starting, despite there being other choices as well, like Fire Arrow and Magic Arrow. Passive and Magic Tree. So here we have Volk Decoy for mapping, and it's looking good. It's looking very good. So honestly, one of the coolest discoveries on the Zon, besides the Rainbow Ellie, this was one of the coolest things I've seen. So when I first tested this, when they first, finally got it online, got all the awesome stuff for the summons, the summon Zon and whatnot. It was like maybe like just at the high end of decent and effective. So I was like, okay, this is the weakest summoner in the game. But now you can almost say it's as effective as a summon druid. That is how ridiculous it is. It's very powerful. Those decoys, they're turret sentries. It's like you're an engineer putting up sentries, like from TF2 or something. It's really cool, and they use strafe. It's sentries that they just gun down monsters with strafe. It's actually really awesome, and you can have a lot of plus skills on your gear, and you can have like peace to get 4 Valkyries at, and you can just use auras, and you can like even stack them using like a Ming Song's weapon on your swap, and then of course you can swap out your bow swap for like CTA as well for like battle command, and then you could just literally spawn them with that, and then switch to your main bow, and then just like amp the monsters in front of you using a wrath, and just have like a huge chance to like proc amplify damage. And or give your mercenary that, use faith. You could give your mercenary wrath even though it's a little less reliable. You can also give yourself Atmos and then use faith as well. But once again, less reliable amp. And then no matter what, the amp, faster you get the amp, the better, because once the amp is applied, these summons will destroy the monsters in front of you. It's fast now. I was doing tier 3 maps with it, no problem. Very, very strong build. It is a new build in Season 4, kind of just like the Rainbow Elemental Freezing Fire Arrow Hybrid that's actually finally strong enough to make sense. And you can do it, yeah. So against Ubers, it's just kind of effective because it can be hard to keep them alive, and it doesn't do a billion damage, but it works. Against single targets, it's solid, and against mapping, it plows them down. 4 Valkyries, 3 decoys, auras, plus skills, 50 skills, passive GCs. It's a real thing. Look out for that build in Season 4. Summon Strafe Hybrid. Summon Strafe Hybrid. As a matter of fact, I don't even know how effective this is at lower levels, but because of how powerful the Volks are, I'd imagine you could even use that. Like, it's not going to be as effective as Summon Druid early on because it requires, I think, a bit more power early on, but it's going to be good though. You could probably farm with it just fine. Summon Strafe Hybrid. Okay, so this is where I use the Summon Zon, and I mostly focused on Strafe, so this is the Faith approach. Because we're focusing a bit more on Strafe, it's mostly it's like combining the power of Strafe and summons. It is better to go pure Strafe if you're just looking for pure power. However, this build is arguably even more safe, so I don't know. However, if you do focus a bit more on Strafe, it gets a bit more powerful, and if you focus on the bows in that regard, it's good as well. All right, so we've got Summon Guided Arrow Hybrid. Oh yeah, so this is for summoning Zons. Make sure your Valkyries are really powerful, and then using Guided Arrow. Guided Arrow is effective against Ubers, which is noted above here. You can use it against Ubers. I even killed the big Ubers with it last ladder. That's literally was a challenge. I actually used Guided Arrow to kill them even after they buffed them. Yeah, you can do it. Is it gonna be? It's pretty strong too. It kills them. It kills them pretty fast. Is it super safe? No. So it could be better. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good approach, and if you focus on summons, it's pretty solid. The only problem is I think just going pure guided arrow might be more effective. It's just that you can kind of use a combination of them. I tried some interesting setups there. All right, anyway, so here we go. All right, so the rest of them are kind of support abilities into passive and magic trees. So Valkyrie, Decoy, Evade, Dodge. They're all very strong. Some of them are almost overpowered. Dodge is stronger than Evade because you do it when you're attacking or standing still. Most of the time you're attacking, so this ability is a bit more. It's better to prioritize than Evade if you're looking for that free dodge chance, which is really good. It's one of the best things that makes Zon tanky. Valkyries used on pretty much all the builds. It's borderline overpowered because it's used on almost all Zon builds. However, they do die a reasonable amount, so even with the regen increase on them, so just keep out for that. Inner sight. I don't know. I never really see the reason to throw this into the rotation. It doesn't seem like it's very effective. It's viable. Slow movement is definitely decent. Also, not usually a reason to throw it into the rotation for mapping and whatnot, but you can if you want. In some cases, you might want to. Slow missiles, which is what it used to be. Used to be way more effective in terms of like reducing like missile speed and whatnot. So it's definitely taken down a few notches. And as the support abilities, critical strike, pierce, and penetrate are just all pretty solid, and in some cases essential in some builds for increasing your power. All right, so the Zon is complete. So the Zon, let's overall in the Zon, we have our strongest build, which is arguably Lightning Fury and Freezing Arrow. For bow, however, the Zon has all kinds of very powerful bow builds, arguably more powerful bow builds than Javelin builds, and in terms of just overall strength. And Poison and Plague Javelin is now even stronger than ever. So, yeah, I mean, we're almost talking like, top 30 builds there for Poison and Plague Javelin, even in the late game and for early game. So, it's good stuff. Where would I put this in my overall ranking of classes at the moment? I'd put this probably. It's kind of hard to say. But where I'd probably rank the Zon would probably be the third strongest class at the moment. So overall, if you're looking to create a Zon and you want lots of versatility with really powerful builds, this is a great choice. The Amazon, I think, won my award for the strongest class in Season 3, so she's come down 2 tiers since. Now it's taken over by the Sorceress, but that is very strong stuff, though, and it's looking very promising. Amazon's definitely still one of the strongest classes in Project Diablo 2. All right. It's almost like everything is extremely balanced. Exactly. Exactly, Lazarus. Exactly. So your point right there is actually really important because um, uh, in a lot of games, or even in a vanilla D2, the differences, if I made a similar tier list like this, technically I was part of, the big tier list projects on Maxroll, for instance, which is where I have most of my D2R build guide content. And on maxroll.gg, we made an overall tier list for late game for D2R, of which I've had a big part of. And you can see the difference. And there's a lot of builds that aren't even on the tier list simply because they're so bad that there's no build guide written for them yet. There's so many more things. If I made something similar like this that even included builds like Martial Assassin, which is actually really good in PD2, and I put that on Maxroll, those builds would all be in the F tier. So PD2 is way more balanced in terms of its skills. Look how many things are just in the light green, anywhere from light green to blue. Now, there are differences from light green to blue, quite sizable ones. However, they're not insane as or pronounced as in other versions of Diablo 2 or especially vanilla. So that's definitely something to note. All right. Um, so Vulk and Decoy get the buff from soft points because, well, actually for Pierce it's just hard points, but when it comes to Decoy getting the buffs, it's all soft points. It's just the percent crit. It's just that number there in the passive skill tree, which is pretty impressive. Yeah, make sure to follow those synergies for those builds. It's really strong stuff. And since Strafe is one of the synergies, it almost encourages you to do the Strafe summons on hybrid. Someone just asked a question about that. Um, well, we'll have another question and answer session on the end, though, if you guys forget a question or anything. All right, Necromancer, let's go. Necromancer is one of my favorite classes, and this time we tested the Necromancer way more than the other classes. It got a lot of attention, so this is going to be kind of interesting to go through. All right, so Necromancer, Poison Nova. Poison Nova is still one of the strongest abilities in the late game for the Necromancer. You can still just use Blood Warp, cast Lower Resist, or even in some cases not cast it and one-shot map monsters in solo mapping. Yeah, one thing to note is that these are all tested solo, which is fine because you want to test solo because PD2 is not a mod that is designed for you to have the power to solo clear players 8. In the past, there were builds in PD2 that did that very easily. There aren't so many of those that do that anymore. So we're trying to see how well they clear solo. If they clear well solo, then they're going to be good for groups in most cases. Now, if you're asking, and when it comes to the S tier, those S tier builds are also going to be the strongest builds when it comes to group mapping. So it's the same thing, really. It's all about damage output. It's all about how quickly it's able to clear. So usually, in like 90% of the cases, if it is good in solo mapping in PD2 because of how they balance around solo play in terms of ability power, not like it is in LOD where they balance around like player 7 power in a lot of cases. It's supposed to be a good ability. Of course, in LOD though, there's like different classes of abilities. There's like abilities that only possibly work in P1, and that's just because they're weak. And then there's like builds that just destroy players 8. In PD2, Senpai's goal, which he's even stated, he's talked to me about it, is to make builds effective in players 1, but not meant to make them destroy players 8. Yes, in season 1, there's like Dragon Paladin absolutely wrecking players 8. And there's all kinds of things that have come a long way to become more balanced and to not absolutely destroying players 8. They're not meant to destroy players 8, so that's not meant to be the goal of any ability. If it's strong in players 1, it will be strong in players 8 in conjunction with everyone else's skills that is farming or mapping with you in the game. That is just how it works in PD2. There is, of course, some exceptions to this. Once again, there's definitely, if it's going to be strong, if it's strong in players 1, it maybe can, almost clear by itself in players 8, and that is true. I mean, that's just because it clears so fast in players 1. But if it clears fast in players 1, that's usually because it has mobility, it can move on after clearing lots of monsters. All right, anyway, let's continue. So we have Poison Nova is still beastly, even with all the nerfs. Even with the nerf to Death's Web, even with more nerfs, it's just still super strong. Just like with Lightning Fury, you could make the argument it's like S-. It's maybe teetering on balance now, but it's still insane. The mobility, the clear speed, it's just super powerful. So it's really hard to get around that. It's just such a powerful ability. Poison Nova is for mapping, and Blood Warp changes in some ways have just made it the Blood Warp in some ways actually got buffed. So even with some of the nerfs to the Poison Nova itself, the build actually feels really good, especially once you get your life per kill up. It's solid stuff. I think most people know everything they need to know about Poison Nova though. There's new items like Bone Flame that came online in season 3 that have become prominent uses for it, so it's really powerful. All right. Um, cool. Desecrate. Desecrate, surprisingly, is very powerful. Make sure to use this against single targets. It is the single target ability for Poison Nova, but it's almost overpowered just for mapping itself. You could just map with Desecrate. You can. It's insane. Like, because of Poison Nova's damage and everything else, Desecrate will hit really hard. It will clear cows very hard. So you can just sit there and like Desecrate things and they'll die very fast. It's surprising too. I think a lot of people. Poison Dagger. Poison Dagger has been retested twice because it got changed during the beta as well. It's no longer Poison Dagger though. Something I should probably change here that I didn't even notice is that it's no longer called Poison Dagger. It's now called Poison Strike. So Poison Strike, meaning you can use scythes. This is the difference from season 3. So you can use a scythe. There's one scythe in particular that I tested, which grants a ton of poison damage, and it works. You could actually even map with it. You could attack with the scythe. You could jump on top of them with blood warp, and you could attack with the scythe, and you can kill them very fast with poison strike. It's pretty crazy. Of course, it's still an ability that requires you to get super up close, and the AoE isn't huge, and it's a little clunky, and you have to move around a lot to get the damage where you want it. However, it's decent. It's decent. You can set up the build. It actually like clears decently and effectively. So even in the end game, which is insane, pretty cool. Never has I guess the successor to Poison Dagger ever been so effective as it is now. Really cool stuff. Overall, compared to most builds, it's decent and effective, though. Corpse Explosion plus revives. Corpse Explosion revives. So this build is powerful. This build's very powerful. Corpse Explosion revive. I would say Poison Nova. It's just no nonsense. You don't have to stand still while you're using Corpse Explosion. It is faster for most maps, but when it comes down to Corpse Explosion and revives, it's very, very powerful. And yeah, it's no joke. Like, the revives have been boosted a ton. Corpse Explosion itself hasn't been changed, but since season 3 at least. But Corpse Explosion's been a powerhouse since season 3 once again. And the revives being even stronger just makes it even more powerful. You can blow up maps very quickly with this build. It is definitely one of the strongest builds and strongest Necromancer builds. Definitely go for that Corpse Explosion build. Full Trains, budget. I used Full Trains. It destroys the Full Trains, no problem. Go get it. All right, Teeth. Teeth is it's always been one of my favorite builds in this mod. Actually, I really like Teeth. Despite it not being the very strongest of all the builds, in some maps it's really powerful, specifically Bash and Keep. Just get that FCR to 125 and go just hammer away. It's very powerful, great AoE, great stuff. The main limitation is it doesn't pierce like an ability like multi-shot. Technically, it will always do more damage than multi-shot Teeth will. But multi-shot pierces, and even though the piercing has some nerfs applied to it, the pierce helps out the mapping a little bit comparatively. It's very similar. Teeth can be compared to multi-shot almost directly, because they are very similar abilities, except for the fact that one pierces and one doesn't. Bone Spear, narrow corridors. Bone Spear is good. Bone Spear is very strong. You mostly use it in conjunction with Teeth. It's part of the same build. It's just Bone Necro essentially, and Bone Necro very good, and it's used in narrow corridors, very powerful. Bone Spirit is also very powerful against single targets, and you can even hit them from almost the other end of the screen. That's very safe. So all of these bone abilities are effective when used in conjunction. Bone armor and bone prison. Okay, so bone armor, yeah, it's effective. It prevents you from taking more damage, and it's a nice shield. It's more useful than cyclone armor, I would say. And bone wall and bone prison. Um, yeah, I don't know. There aren't too many uses for this, except for maybe like Ubers or blocking off stuff that's about to kill you. But I don't know. Like most of the time in your mapping, you don't actually have to use these abilities. They're just decent, just to use them when you can or when you need to. All right, here we go. Okay. Yeah, I can't answer questions that are out of order yet. When I get to them, we will, and then you can ask questions at the end. Sorry, guys. All right, let's keep going. All skeletons, warriors, mages, archers. All right, so this is where most of our testing happened. This is where a huge bulk of the testing happened, including we probably did like, I think, like I said, most classes got like 6 to 12 hours. Sorceress got like almost 2 hours, but which is enough for the sorceress really because it's really easy to test her. But this is where this is where this is where a lot of the testing happens. So this is crazy stuff. All right, so there are a lot of combinations that you can do in season 4. Why? Because they removed one of the synergies off of the normal summon builds, and now there's like all kinds of like combinations you can do. So I was trying to see what combinations were more effective, which means I had to test probably like I don't even know, like 30, 40 builds just to like figure out what's going on here. Okay, so all right, so we tested a lot of different like weapons, a lot of different stuff. There's a new weapon, Unending Will, which affects golems, and it's a new rune word. And there's like all these other changes going on too, like to mages. There's a weapon that was modified for mages, and then there's like skeleton archers, which are a whole new summon. So it's like a lot of stuff happened in season 4. So a lot of testing had to happen here because the summon tree got modified so heavily. Um, Despite like some of these retestings are almost pointless because even though we did retest a lot of this or like all this stuff except for the sorceress where some things didn't get retested because they didn't need to be. Some of that's pointless, but this was definitely not. So this is very useful and insightful stuff. So this is some of the more fun testing. So we did skeletons, warriors, mages, archers, and we did mapping. All right, so summons are extremely powerful right now for the Necromancer. That's all I can say. Is that if you're going any summoner, there's the Zon summoner, which is very strong now, from being almost useless, and then there's the Summon Druid, which got even stronger, strong comparatively to the Summon Zon. But now you can almost say that there's no stronger summoner in PD2 than the Necro Summoner. Period. He destroys maps, absolutely flattens them with his summons. It's crazy. They just get flat. They just get flattened. If you combine what I mostly found though testing all these builds, and you'll kind of see this reflected in each tier that I assign, is that if you combine you combine melee units with ranged units. So you have your phalanx in the front, you got your formation, you got your monsters that just hit all the monsters from the front and protect the archers in the back, and then you get your archers in the back, and then you just like hammer all the monsters across the whole map. They will destroy everything, even faster than any of the other approaches, but not too much faster. These are all strong approaches, so whatever you really want to do is going to work. It's just that I had to figure out which ones work the best. So what I found was one of the very strongest approaches was just literally just going skeletons, just pure skeletons. This is going all the skeletons. Um, and then you go mapping with it. It's marginally overpowered. If you go single target and Ubers, it's insanely powerful. And they don't die very fast either. That's the other thing is these things, unlike Druid summons that you have to constantly resummon, or like Valkyries that die a lot to Ubers, these things are almost invincible once you get enough skills. And we're talking like once you get like 50 skills, they're almost invincible. I lost like one skeleton of Uber Mephisto. Um, this shit's insane. So yeah, and that's why it's like one of the strongest Uber builds in the game because it's crazy. Um, Skeletons. So this is literally just testing pure skeleton warriors. That are strong and balanced, but you would never go pure skeleton warriors anyway. What this basically means is I just like dumped all my points into curse mastery, got a couple of extra curses, and dumped all my points into amplify damage. Just maxing out the power of amplify damage just to see how powerful the warriors are by themselves. And they do a really good job even without other units if you just literally max out the power of skeleton warriors. Skeleton warriors and archers becomes more effective. Once again, having those archers in the back makes a big difference. The mages don't really add too much for mapping, as you can see. They're not really necessary. You could just go pure physical damage, and it'll be just as effective just by focusing more points into amplify damage. So either approach is going to be just as effective as the other. Skeleton warriors plus archers for Ubers, not as effective as combining all the mages actually do help a little bit there. So because it's a single target, so everything's firing at it all at once. You have more skeletons in the case of the Ubers, so you lose a little effectiveness against the Ubers when you're not using all of them, but that's about it. It just depends on like kind of how the units are organized, so it's a little different. Units, I know I'm calling them units. It's like you're an army commander though. With this many skeletons, Necromancer is pretty formidable. I'll say that much. It's a lot of fun. So these are going to be great starting builds, by the way, too. So Dark Humility's choice for a starting build is all skeletons, by the way. So in this section and in the Poison and Bone skill tree, Dark Humility's certified build is Teeth. Teeth is amazing for starting, for sure. You can also go Corpse Explosion Revives as well, but Teeth is really good. So now, when it comes down to these, though, this might be one of the strongest starting builds, period, to be honest. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I think if you just go this, you don't even need gear for this. They're so strong even without tons of gear. I highly recommend starting a Summoner Necro if you're interested in the Necromancer class. That's gonna be a really good start for you, and you're gonna be able to kill the game and find items. It's gonna be fun and easy. So do it. It's pretty effortless. You just got to get your summons up, and once you get them all running, they don't die very often, if at all, except for revives. But we'll get there, and yeah, it's good. All right, Skeleton Warriors plus Clay Golems. So yeah, that's not as effective as an approach as going archers. Once again, this is because it's two melee units combined. So that's actually a theme that I told you I mentioned earlier. Having archers, the archers are amazing, or the mages combined with warriors, those things are a little bit better than just having tons of close combat units, because they kind of fight each other for the same monsters and they don't always target the same ones. So you lose a bit of effectiveness when you go one of those types of approaches. Not a lot though. They're still all strong approaches. They're all strong approaches. Can't really go wrong. Skeleton warriors plus revives. Yeah, Hardcore Sork is 100% viable. You can ask questions again at the end, though. All right, so we got Skeleton Warriors revives are very, very strong. That's a very strong approach. Revives are crazy. They were even crazier. So I had to retest a lot of these builds because they got nerfed a little bit in the beta, especially the revives, and then the golems got rebuffed. But Skeleton Warriors revives are no joke. But once again, they kind of fight each other like the golems. The only difference is there's so many revives that if you max out the power of the revives, like with Eternity, and then you have Skeleton Warriors on top of it, there's just so many of them. And you can stack them on top of an Uber boss, and there's so many powerful revives you can get, especially the Death Lords. They hit super hard. I destroyed Lilith so fast with this. I also destroyed other Uber bosses, and you do retain your revives when you enter Uber Tristram with the amulet, the talisman currently. So you can just destroy them with that as well. You can even revive new ones in Uber Tristram as well that are pretty effective. Um, I don't know if this is just a beta thing, but I was able to revive those Urdars actually, which are pretty effective as well inside of Uber Tristram itself. So it's strong. Don't have to worry about that one. Skeleton Warriors, Dark Pact Hybrid. I actually tried just going Dark Pact with Skeleton Warriors. Why? Because you don't need that many skills just to go Skeleton Warriors. In Dark Pact, you can max out your amplify damage and whatnot. Um, it was surprisingly effective. It was solid. It was very solid. If you want to do something besides just sit there and watch your monsters kill things as you only cast amplify damage, you can do the piano build or whatever you want to call it, the arthritis build, along with the skeleton warriors if you want to remain a bit more engaged and not fall asleep. Skeleton warriors reflect damage. This was tested in season 3, so this is one of our grandfathered builds from season 3. I tested all the Thorn stuff when the Thorn stuff came online in Season 3. It hasn't been changed in Season 4. It is just, a less effective version of pure Skeleton Warriors. And that's about it. If you try to do that on Archers, it probably wouldn't make much of a difference because the Archers don't get hit very often because they stay back. Skeleton Mages plus Elemental Damage Revives. Skeleton Mages plus Elemental Damage Revives mapping. It was pretty solid. The physical damage builds are stronger. So one thing to also note about summons is that I did test all the elemental approaches with Infinity, lower resist, fire golems, elemental damage. You get the picture. The thing that allows you to summon 16 mages or whatever. Yeah, so we tried the fire golem plus skeleton mages. Yep, which is right here. To be honest, though, the elemental damage revives are way more effective than fire golems. Fire golems don't have enough AoE. They just don't hit very hard. They're mostly just a wet noodle. I don't really like fire golems where they currently are. They have to be buffed more. They have to be changed. They're just not very strong. So it's mostly the mages doing all the damage here. And that's reflected in this rating that is identical right here because it really didn't help to have the fire golems. Also, you had to put enough points in the skeleton mages to make the fire golems weaker anyway, so it really didn't end up doing much. It might be a little safer to do this, I don't know, but I think I actually prefer just having higher lower resist and going ham with the mages, which is what you can do here as well. If you go Black Souls or just my favorite elemental damage revive was actually just mages, like getting more skeleton mages, like bone mages, which you can revive in like Ancient Sway and whatnot. Super effective stuff. Like Glacial Trail, those tend to be the best approach for that, and it's strong and balanced. It's solid. They kill fast enough anyway, fast enough. I mean, they're not as fast as some things, but man, you just get like pure mages. Just have like 25 mages firing at them. It's actually pretty cool. Let's see. What do we got? Revives. Okay, so yeah, it's a skeleton archers. So now we're starting to combine like skeleton archers with other things that aren't warriors. Strangely enough, that skeleton archers themselves, just alone, are actually really strong. So this is why they have some pretty good ratings here. Archers plus revives, since they don't fight each other as much, are super solid. But I think the revives are definitely carrying them when it comes to the Ubers. Definitely the case. Proves to be the case. Golems are powerful on their own right against Ubers. But you might notice though that the archers definitely help them out a bit. If you go pure clay golem, for instance, they're only A ranking. Once you get the archers and the rating, they're even stronger. Very cool stuff. We tested, of course, Unending Will with a lot of this golem stuff. Clay golem is still not amazing. The golems still attack kind of slowly. However, with 7 golems, at least you can cover more ground, and they hit pretty hard. Normally, you just want to combine them with something else, though, to make your approach even more effective. And as a support for like Bone Necro or something, it's solid. And you can go. They kill Ubers, and they do die, but unlike the revives, the revives die sometimes too. I'd say like in order of like death, it goes like the golems die the most, and then the revives, and then the warriors are like invincible. Like the skeletons are almost invincible. So if you're trying to do Ubers, skeletons are like the strongest, and then like revives in terms of like surviving, and then it's golems. So golems you have to like revive quite a bit because they die a lot. Let's see. Blood Golem. Mapping. Blood Golems don't appear to have splash damage. They're pretty slow. Viable, you can map. They do damage. They kill the shit, but it's slow. Single target Ubers, they do less damage than the Clay Golems, but not by a lot. The Blood Golems actually felt pretty solid against Lilith, so yeah, go 7 Blood Golems and kill Lilith. Why not? It works just fine. Pure Iron Golems. So this is like going 5 Iron Golems and using awesome items and making your Iron Golems. This approach still doesn't work because if you leave the game, you will not be able to retain all of your golems. Only 1 Iron Golem will remain, and you'll lose your items. So you cannot go pure Iron Golem. That is not an approach, even though it looks like it is because it has synergies. This is why it is rated F tier. Do not touch that. Iron Golem by itself, though, if you use it for a Pride or just for a Mage Killer, which has Concentration Aura, which is the cheap way to get Concentration Aura in your summons. I used it a lot when I was trying to test the higher end versions of these builds in addition to Pride, just to see how strong they can get. And solid. Iron Golem, having an Iron Golem is solid. You can usually keep it alive too. So yeah, just feel free to use Iron Golem as a support skill and not as a pure skill. Very good. Fire Golem is a summon pure approach or a pure summon approach. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Pure summon, pretty solid. Except it's not. I mean, it does damage. It's solid, but not really. Fire Golem, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I even said it's solid. Honestly, like I figured it was kind of like, I don't know. It's like how I said with the mages up here. It's just you can go pure Fire Golem or you can go pure mages, and it kind of has the same effect. But at least if you go pure Fire Golem, you're dumping all your points in a Fire Golem. So I don't know. It's pretty slow, but it at least kills stuff at a somewhat decent pace. Yeah. That's the other thing about Blood Golems. They, as a support skill, they apply open wounds. Your Merc can do it too, so that's why it's not a necessary support skill, but you could have that. They also don't always give you their life that they hit. It's kind of slow, like when you're using it as a support skill for like Poison Nova, for instance, but it's at least decent to have Blood Golems on like a Poison Nova build as well. So it's a good support. It's a good support skill. It's decent. Um, but yeah, it definitely struggles a bit more like that. Uh, definitely struggles a bit. Just noticed something here. It's like listed weird. It listed weird. I think all these are listed weird. Oof. Yeah, it's just wow. Cool. Not. All right, cool. Yeah, those were using the old listing system. Okay, anyway, cool. All right, Cursed Tree. Let's go. Dark Pact. Dark Pact. What about my Fire Golems? They need to rebuff them. I think they used to be super powerful at one point, and they just kind of got like left to the side. So they're still kind of weak. They're almost just kind of trash. Honestly, they're not good. Dark Pact. They're viable though. You know, like anything that's at least decent and effective, even if it's at the low end, will work. You know, it will kill stuff even in tier 3 maps. It's just, you know, you're gonna have to watching your clock a bit on the Fire Golems. You know, maybe looking at your watch. T4 tier list just a little bit. It might be that bad. The C builds are where you're really looking at your watch, and the D builds are like you're panicking because you're hardly doing any damage. You're just like you feel like you're trying to like break your mouse by clicking faster because it's just going that slow. All right, Dark Pact. Okay, so mapping, yeah, Dark Pact gets buffed every time, and it's just feeling better and better every time. You don't even need all 4 curses or 3 curses all the time. You can just do 2 curses, and you can clear all kinds of monsters. The piano build, you know, I don't rate it based on this though. I just rate it based on clear speed, but it does receive a lot of hate just because people don't like to click that much. There's a lot of buttons. This is the arthritis build. It's also called the piano necro or the I don't know what else it's called. Anyway, it's strong. It's strong. We retested it again. For single targets, Dark Pact is still garbage. That is known. How does it compare to CE? Well, I mean, that's why we got tiers, right? Dark Pact, CE, S minus A. It's two-thirds of a tier. It's significant. Corpse Explosion is definitely more effective than Dark Pact. However, magic damage. One thing about curses is that if you're going to go any approach for the curse tree early game, Dark Pact is the most effective approach in the early game. And it's also good because you can go full support necro with it as well. And as just a support build, like curse support overall, is just really good. It's just really good. It's a really good support. So yeah, it's strong. It's strong, man. It's S tier, no problem. It's so powerful because the curses are really strong in PD2, and you can stack them. You can get 3 curses on monsters. Having a curse support in a group, like in a group scenario, is absolutely absurd. So good. And nerf pacting, of course, is strong. In solo gameplay, it's even stronger. So, of course, obviously, when you get a group scenario, everyone's working together, so Dark Pact will still do damage. But you would almost always want to just be a pure support necro and just lay off the Dark Pact. Just make sure the curses stay on the monsters if you're going in a group scenario. A tier versus S tier. I mean, you can see if your option is to be a support here, you probably should be. Oh yeah, this is tested in season 3, grandfathered over. Mosh pit neck. Oh wait, no, we retested that. No, we retested that in season 4. Yeah, we retested that again. It's still viable. It's strangely viable. You just combine Max Confuse, Amplifying Iron Maiden. You don't use Dark Pact at all, even unless you want to. And the monsters will kill each other at a fairly decent rate. You go Blood Moon with this, they will kill each other pretty fast. It's impressive, actually. It's viable though. It's not even. I mean, it's just something you could do. It's kind of fun. No, it's a solid build. I retested it again because it's fun. Curse support. Curse support, overall support. So it's looking good. Looking good for that curse support. Super powerful. And then there's certain curses that stand out as really powerful. I like dim vision, amplify damage, lower resist. Confuse, also very strong approaches for crowd control or just lots of damage. And then there's some approaches that are just a bit weaker. Except attract is actually kind of nice. You can kill certain maps even faster by using attract, but it's not always needed. And yeah, Iron Maiden's kind of garbage, and Terror is. What I mean by kind of garbage is just it's trash. Terror is yeah, you don't really need to use Terror that often. All right, here we go. Dark Pact, Tricurse, and 8-man speed groups. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing an 8-man speed, you just wanna keep the curses on them. Usually, you're just trying to use the curse support build. That's why it's ranked higher as a support build. Right. All right, Necromancer overview. Damn, that's a lot. Necromancer is a big one. What I could say about the Necromancer is where does it fit overall in overall power rankings? It's hard to say, but I am going to rate the Necromancer as currently the second strongest class in the game. Overall, it's a lot has to do with how crazy its support abilities are, how crazy its damage is with poison, how it has multiple crazy builds in every category, especially when it comes down to summons and summon combinations, and how it's even strong in the early and mid game. I think the Necromancer is beastly. So just to recap on our rankings so far for overall class rankings, you have the Sorceress first, number 1, Necro number 2, Amazon at number 3, and the Druid is dead last. But not dead last because it's still very powerful. We're just ranking overall classes in case you want to use your time most effectively making a class and you can't make like multiple classes. There you have it. All right. So we already have our top 3, but that's okay because there's number 4, number 5, and number 6 in here, and they're all also insanely strong. It's really hard to rank overall classes right now because of that. Like honestly, like anywhere from like the 2nd to the 6th class are pretty close to each other. Um, and then it's like the first has definitely a decently sizable edge. Sorceress has got some crazy builds right now, and the last also has a sizable deficit, but it's also not insane. Let's go into some of these other ones though. Sorceress women. Okay, let's go. Barbarian, let's do it. Barbarian combat tree. Exclamation S4 tier list, guys. Once again, if you want to continue watching this here with us, and we're doing it live, All right, Frenzy double swing. This changed. This thing's gotten buffed even throughout beta. I did retest after the last round of buffs. Once again, we did all the retesting after that last patch that came in literally a day. Actually, literally like 16 hours before they took down the beta. So we hammered out all this testing. We hammered out the rest of the Paladin testing, and then we hammered out the Sorceress in as short of a time as possible. And one of the changes we retested in the very last day was Frenzy. Frenzy's looking really good. Guy Grimness, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cold Xander's Day. This is a skill that has struggled historically, but it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And no longer is it just decent against Ubers, it's strong against Ubers now. And not by a ton, but it's strong. There's definitely stronger approaches, which are listed here. And in a map, it's still not one of the strongest approaches, but it's actually solid now. Like, it feels way better than it used to. I played Frenzy in Season 1, and I could tell the difference. Like, it's come a long way. If I did a tier list in Season 1, which I didn't, I started doing it in Season 2, I probably would have put Frenzy at, like, maybe C plus tier, maybe B minus tier if you use the flame bellows back when that was a thing. But like, dang, it's come a long way even with solid builds. It's very good. All right. I did not try that. No. Last Wish is a very expensive option. I actually try to avoid testing with it. However, if you ever get to your last wish on any Uber build, you're gonna be a lot, probably a tier, a sub tier, or a sub tier, or even 2 sub tiers above, when it comes to clearing the Ubers, just because Last Wish is so effective against them. Yeah, Last Wish is, it's one of those things where I don't like testing with it too much. I test with it like here and there, but it's, I don't know, it's one of those things where if you need a last wish to perform well against the Ubers to some degree, it's maybe not the build itself, it's just the item. And it's just really expensive, so. Alright. I know. More, super high-end testing could always be done maybe, but you know how it is. Super high-end testing though, you always gotta ask yourself how worth it is it? How many people are getting to these builds? It's pretty crazy stuff sometimes though. Anyway, there might be a lot of people getting these builds. I don't know. Berserk mapping. Wow. So in the beginning of our testing, we've retested this one too. Almost all these combat tree skills have been changed, by the way, at some point during Season 4. So we had to retest a lot of these and like retest them again. And they all got even retested after they changed literally 16 hours before they took down like the beta. So yeah. This started out at C+. It started out as kind of lame, but it was viable. Now we're looking at a solid mapping ability that rivals Frenzy even, and you could boost it with Frenzy, so you could use Frenzy as a support skill for Berserk, and it's literally just as effective as just using Frenzy, so, or Double Swing, I should say, because Double Swing is the faster of the two. So, yeah, go at it. Berserk has more Pierce, so against maps that are have more physical Pierce, Berserk will be more effective, but they overall have very similar effectiveness. Berserk overall is like a little slower than just using Frenzy Double Swing, but Berserk also has more physical Pierce, which means it can kill monsters faster in a lot of cases, so it just depends. Leap attack. Alright, so I've retested leap attack with a lot of different weapons, even including the new Among Us weapon, and that's actually a pretty effective cheap option. Anyway, leap attack is still really, really strong. And what I mean by really, really strong, even with some nerfs, even with some changes, it just stomps still. It just absolutely blows up monsters. It's very fast too because you get the mobility on top of the damage while you're using it. Sometimes you might have to take like 2 hits to kill them, but you could even use cheap weapons and it's pretty darn effective. Leap attack's a lot of fun. It's really powerful. Single target in Ubers is almost overpowered for that too, except I find it a little clunky because you can die sometimes, or you could take a lot of damage in midair. Now, there's certain builds that you won't take that damage with, but if you want the most amount of damage, you will take that damage. So it kind of just depends. But leap attack is always going to be a solid approach against your Ubers and single targets, no matter what. There's definitely more effective approaches though this season. 100%. So it's one of the more effective approaches, but it's 100%. Bloodcore, thank you so much, man, for the 3 months. Welcome to the army, man. Xana's army, and now remember Xana's tax quality goes to the machine, the arcane disciple. Spam those in there. Spam those in their chat. Sorry if I'm annoying. Not no, ignoring chat a bit because we're trying to get through this. We'll take more questions at the end though. There'll be a question and answer session at the end. Leap attack, single target Ubers, excellent. Leap as a support skill. Is just solid. If you just use leap, you can reposition very well for any of these other skills. So it's a solid support skill. I wouldn't say it's broken or anything though. Concentrate. Concentrate for mapping. So concentrate is still garbage for mapping. It's garbage. If you're just mapping, like, even against single targets, it is questionable at best to use this because it's mostly like magic damage. You want physical damage for Ubers and whatnot, so it really doesn't have a lot of uses still. I mean, they keep trying to help this skill out, but if you want to use something, just use Berserk. If you want something that's kind of similar, or at least sort of similar, or if you want something similar to Frenzy, I recommend it. One-handed barb. Okay, so 2 times 1H barb. So this is one-handed. The reason why we split this in this season is because they did some changes that specifically helped out one-handers. It used to be just a 2-handed build, pretty much. You just use a 2-handed weapon. We split it, but they're still the same strength. In the end, they ended up being about the same strength. They did a lot of rebalancing at the end at the end of the beta that they're pretty similar in power. There's some small differences, like you might proc more often with the one-handers, with the two-handers have just stronger weapons that do more damage straight up. So it ends up evening out. And I've tested both of them. It's really hard to tell the difference between these approaches now. They had to do some evening out because in the beginning, the 2 one-handed approach had an edge over the 2-handed approach, but now it's about the same. They're both slightly overpowered, I'd say, in terms of their overall position against most builds. They are very powerful, and they clean maps up very nicely, especially once you get good weapons. If you get really good weapons on Whirlwind, just like with Leap Attack, you could arguably even say these are like S+ builds. They're that powerful, but you need really good weapons. So the fantasy is there for sure. And I mean by really good weapons, I mean like, 30, 40, 100 Hydran weapons. But if you're not up to that level, most of the time it is just really solid, very powerful ability that clears very fast. Whirlwind. We tested a lot of different weapons, by the way. It's just a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff, a lot of weapons, like wind hammers and executioner's justices and reaper's tolls and breath of the dyings and all these cases. We tested just a lot of stuff that just made sense to use. Death, things that are a bit easier to acquire, all kinds of stuff. And then obviously like the really high end up stuff like F Gavel of Pain, Cranium Basher, F Cranium Basher, and like I got to see the differences. And like double F Stone Crusher for 2 one-handed. Anyway, 2 one-handed is now a thing in season 4, so because now they it's not just one of the weapons attacking, both weapons attack now. So keep an eye out for that. And feel free to use 2 very strong one-handed weapons for increased procs and for more damage. Double throw and barb as early is good. All right, second. So Whirlwind, single target Ubers. Solid, indeed. It's not as solid as like I don't know. I prefer, even though it's ranked the same, I kind of prefer Frenzy for Ubers to be honest. Um, it can be tougher to execute sometimes too. The difficulty level of this is a little higher. You can do it though. Just got to use that like triangle whirlwind formation and it's just fine. It's just, I feel like there's just better approaches than that. Even like leap attack feels less clunky than whirlwind against them sometimes. I don't know, just the way it is. I mean, you can disagree with that if you want, but it's still strong and balanced though. Yeah, whirlwind's been fixed though. Whirlwind's very good. All right, this is one of the strongest builds in the game for mapping. So remember how we have, I mean, I could, like I said earlier, you could even put minus on this. I'm having problems in my head trying to wrap my head because I've tested this so many times, but Lightning Fury is still bonkers. Poison Nova is still bonkers. Poison Nova has more mobility though, so maybe it's still a little bit more bonkers. But when it comes down to it, the strongest abilities in the game for mapping are rated by my S plus designation, which only a few abilities have. And lightning, chain lightning is so crazy right now. Unless there's like some post patch nerf or anything, it's absolutely crazy. Even the Novas can't keep up with it currently, at least not in my opinion. Um, just because it just clears everything in front of you. Like everything just gets decimated. It's just crazy. And this build also is the same. It is a build where they've even rebuffed it again at the end. I'm not quite sure about that rebuff, but it was already crazy when I tested initial in the beginning of beta, and it's just crazy. It melts everything. You get any map that doesn't have tons of physical resistance, and it's gangbusters. Everything just flat. It's just nuclear fallout. The monsters just get absolutely smashed. You don't even need crazy weapons. You just need a lacerator and a wraithflight, and you're good to go. They don't even really have to be ethereal. I mean, ethereal is just for bonus points, really. Maybe some added leech. Leech is crazy. The safety's crazy. You can stand back. It's just it's crazy. Someone asks, can you use it early? You can. I recommend imbuing throwing weapons and crafting weapons early on. It's not the strongest early game build in the universe. It's not my personal choice for early game. If I have to say, I don't personally recommend necessarily any of these builds for ultra early game. Not really. I'd recommend this one in the Warcry tree, which we're about to get to. But if you're going Barbarian, that being said, though, double throw is probably still the best early game approach out of all the barb approaches. So, yeah. How's light chain lightning early? I don't know. However, with that much damage, it can't be bad, especially with the static field options on Act 3 Mercenaries and whatnot. I didn't test it directly, though, so I can't tell you. If you want to ask more questions, I'll wait till the end. We're getting pretty close to the end here. We're getting there anyway. We're getting there. Bash stun. Yeah, they're a thing. I mean, stun's a support skill. You never have to use this though, so it's kind of garbage. It just wastes time. This one definitely feels like it just wastes time most of the time. And Bash, you can't even use it against like Ubers or anything, so forget about it. And Bash is like, yeah, I don't know. It's it's just clunky. All right, scroll up. There you go. Warcry. Warcry. It's clunky. It doesn't do enough damage. It's clunky. Well, I mean, it does damage, but it just like doesn't hit enough monsters. It's just clunky. Warcry. Warcry is one of the Barb's strongest builds as well. It's not as strong overall for mapping as Double Throw, of course, but you'd be surprised at just how ridiculously strong this ability is for mapping. But it's not just mapping that kind of raises its ranking a bit. It's also the fact that it's literally the best build for Trap Gold Find, and it's also it's the best build in the game for Trap Gold Find, no doubt, especially with Item Find. It's crazy. It's absolutely bonkers. Warcry is. It just does so much damage. And you can even like layer a maxed out battle cry, which is the strongest synergy for Warcry, which reduces physical resistance, which it is. It's a ton of physical damage on top of amplify damage that you can get off the Mercenary. And you can reduce monsters' physical resistance down to the floor. And it doesn't matter if it's a physical immune map, even. There could be all kinds of physical immunes everywhere. You could kill everything with this. It just flattens everything extremely fast. And repositioning is it's crazy. You just need that amplify damage source that's reliable on the Mercenary. Reaper's Toll is perfectly fine once you get some source of repositioning like Enigma. And yeah, it's crazy damage, bro. It's crazy, and it just destroys everything. You don't have to worry about it doing anything but destroying. It just destroys, and the early game is destroys too. So this is my choice for the Barb overall for starting out. If you want to start out as a build on the Barb, um, Double Throw does get an honorable mention, but at least for early game. But I would just go Warcry if you're going early game. It's super powerful. It's crazy. I mean, you could go Throw. My only thing though is that like if you have the repositioning capability, you would rather go Warcry. Maybe you could make the argument that Double Throw for early game is also super strong because you don't need the repositioning on it. It just depends on where you're farming, so I don't know. It depends. They're both super powerful though. Double Throw is super good. So people ask, is Double Throw good early? As long as you can get some weapons. All right. Warcry doesn't require anything though, except for your bare hands. It's easy. Battle Command was not untouched. Battle Command is powerful. It grants enhanced damage. So all these are just good support skills, and they're varying degrees of good. Some of them don't really need to be used all that often. Some of them are used all the time on different builds, like Battle Command supplements almost all those physical damage builds, especially the ones from range. You don't have to necessarily use it for the up close ones, but you can. There's other things you could use instead. In groups, Battle Orders is solid. Solo, you'd rather use Combat Reflexes, which is down here. The rest of these are just support abilities, though, that are used or maxed out in different builds that just supplement the power of the builds. The great thing about the Barbarian is that with all the physical damage builds, you can mix and match these abilities so much. A lot of these abilities are just have, they have different levels of effectiveness. Like Grimoire is more effective than it's ever been, especially in group play and especially on builds that attack from range like throw barb or anything where you don't have to necessarily just keep whirling to do the most amount of damage. But you don't ever have to use this on a throw barb even because you still kill things so fast. So you never have to use Grimoire, but it's there and it's effective, especially when your group doesn't do maximum damage. So like let's say you have a weaker group that doesn't just plow the map. Grimoire's going to be better. So it just depends, but you don't have to use it in many solo scenarios. And item is also really good too. Fine item is solid. Obviously, it's going to get you all the extra loot, especially from Travancore. So always combine that with Travancore builds like Double Throw and Warcry. Double Throw is just a Travancore build early on, but Double Throw could do anything. So Double Throw, just like Warcry, can do anything. Just gotta get the gear for that. You'll destroy just fine. All right. Just to let you guys know, by the way, is Double Throw technically received some nerfs as well, and then it got a buff, and then I don't know. Double Throw is just silly. It's just I don't know how to. It doesn't matter what you do to it. Almost, it's just resistant to getting nerfed. It just destroys no matter what you do to it. Masteries though, yep, just solid rankings, just ranking the masteries and based on how effective or how often they're used, basically on different builds. And then, so this was some of my favorite testing of season 4 right here for the Barbarian. This is my very first build I tested, actually, the very first one when I got on the test PD2 season 4 beta on the 23rd. This is it, the Zeal Barbarian. Yeah, it's a real build. So there's a new item called Ferocity, which you could put in helms. That includes Barbarian helms, by the way, if you didn't already know. And yeah, it is. It gives Zeal, just like Passion, but Passion's a weapon. So this means you can use whatever weapon you want, which means you can use super powerful weapons. And the reason why I tested Zeal on a couple characters, I also tested it on the Assassin, is because I felt like these would be the characters that would be best equipped to make use of this. Um, Passion might still be better on a Sorceress because for the melee Sorceress because she uses double Dream to get her damage up. However, when it comes to the Barbarian, he's got so many of these support skills like Battle Cry, and all these other things that greatly enhance your damage. And because that's the case, um, Zeal does very good things in a Barbarian. He could Zeal like a madman, and he destroys. It's strong and effective for mapping and against Ubers and whatnot, single targets. It's crazy. I actually didn't put Ubers here for some reason, even though I directly tested that. What? Dang. Okay. Anyway, it's funny when you actually go over it like this. You see some things you don't notice when you just pass over it a bunch of times. All right. Anyway, Zeal Barbarian has been tested directly in big Ubers even, and it's I gotta say that had to have been one of the safest builds I've ever killed Ubers with, even safer than Zeal Paladin. And even though Zeal Paladin is faster, and seemed like it was a bit, it had the skills set that made it a bit faster to kill the Ubers, like the Ubers died faster. The Zeal Barbarian killed them fast, and it seemed even safer. You just had more HP. Like you never died with this thing. This thing's like if you want something on hardcore that's always going to work and you never have to worry about dying to the Ubers, the Zeal Barbarian with Ferocity Helm, strong weapons, even like Breath of the Dying, you could go whatever. You go stronger stuff, of course, but obviously, like, could even use something like attack speed and stone pressure as long as you get attack speed elsewhere. You've seen a lot of attack speed. Yeah, you're gonna kill. You're gonna kill. It's fast. Um, so yeah, if building ferocity isn't gonna be like the most meta thing in the universe, but it's looking like it's meta enough to where if you want to have a good time with tanking and whatnot, it's super effective. Super effective. That was one of the most easy Uber kills I ever had was Zeal Barbarian. Just put on Exile, put on One-Hander. Um, Exile procs to amplify damage. Yeah, so Exile can be made in non-Paladin shields too, which is the other thing that makes Zeal builds possible. So you might be asking, how is Zeal even possible? What shield do you use? Can you use Exile like a Paladin? The answer is yes, you can. You can use Exile on an Aegis. I recommend Aegis. It has the best block rating. And so you can get max block with an Aegis without much effort. You can proc amp reliably with Ferocity, and it's really strong. All right, that's enough of that, but I love that build. So, matter of fact, if we get to me killing Ubers a lot, I think I'm going to build this. It was a lot of fun. That was a good build. Especially, I play hardcore too, so that build's pretty attractive to me. It's pretty good. Wolf Barbarian. Wolf Barbarian. Yeah, so again, single target Ubers, it clears even faster. It clears us as fast as like the Wolf Druid basically against it than the Zeal Barbarian, but maybe a little bit less safe. And the Wolf Barbarian for mapping is solid. So once again, the Wolfies are doing very good and good, strong, effective builds. That's by the way, that's with Wolf Howl. So if you guys don't know, Wolf Howl makes this build possible. Ferocity and Exile makes this build possible. It's doable without Exile probably here, but it's gonna be weaker. Bow that's one of the things that dings it. By the way, is it requires very specific items in some cases to make it strong. That's the only issue. And they're somewhat expensive. Bow I tried this actually. So I tried running a bow. Strangely enough, if you use a Widowmaker and you use the barb skills, kind of like with Zeal, you're using all these support skills to boost your power. Like Grimward, especially use like Grimward with it. It's actually strong enough to map in tier 3s just fine. It's got decent power there. You can use Endless Hail, which isn't nearly as good because it doesn't do as much damage as Widowmaker. And you can strafe, and it's just viable. It's actually viable. It kills them. It's interesting. Even in the end game. And then, of course, if you use normal attack with any other bow, because that's all you have available to you on a barb, no, don't do that. It's disgusting. Okay. All right. It just doesn't do anything. Am I starting with Sork? Maybe. maybe. You know what? I have plans. Okay, I have plans for what I kind of want to do. I'm still thinking. There's so many choices. Anyway, I'll get to that at the end. All right, assassin. Oh yeah, overview on the barb. So guys, barb. Where would I put it in the rankings of overall builds? I mean classes. I would rank the barb honestly as the fourth highest ranked class right now in the game. Fourth. Yeah, so dead center, dead center. That's where I rank it. And out of all the classes, why? Because in some scenarios, like with gold finding, it's actually number one. But it does take gear to get to some of these better things and to make them powerful. Double throw doesn't need as much gear as the rest of these, but double throw really raises its ranking as well. I'd say double throw and Warcry alone, and the safety when it comes to Ubers and all that health and whatnot and single targets, makes it very good. You're not going to be clearing maps the very fastest in most cases, unless it's double throw. But it's a very solid class right now. Very good place. Barbarian's looking very nice. Definitely not bad for those bard players out there. All right, assassin. Assassin. Okay, so assassin's looking very, very strong. Very strong right now. So assassin traps are still looking very powerful, and chain lightning sentry with all the changes are looking very powerful. But I have to give a caveat on this one. They made a change to this after they closed the beta, so I wasn't able to test it because I guess there was a synergy issue or some kind of bug that was messing with the damage at the end. When I tested it without the bug damage, it was S clear tier speed. It was super powerful. But now Lightning Sentry and Chain Lightning Sentry are actually a combined build. So they're synergies. They didn't used to be. Now they are. This always made sense to me that this should probably be the case, but it never was. And if you combine the two, Lightning Sentry's better against single targets, but Chain Lightning Sentry's better at larger areas in a map, and Lightning Sentry is just better at killing one monster. I don't know if it's still S tier though. It's could be, could not. I can't 100% back this one, unfortunately. It's kind of like with Blaze. I can't back it 100% because there are some bugs going on with it. They're probably going to change. So I will adjust these as necessary in the future. I mean, I even just adjusted one right here just while I was talking. It's like S. This Lightning Fury is so S minus S right now. It's like somewhere in the middle. Like if you compare it to other S and S minus builds, because that's how I do it, right? Everything can be compared to another build, and I try to make it to where the clear speed and everything is compared across the board. And it's kind of hard to say. Like it's like in between. It's so in between. I think maybe S minus is a bit safer for it after all the nerfs to Lightning Fury at the end there, but you know, it's hard to say. I Poison Nova though, I don't know. Poison Nova just has so much mobility and so much power, so I think you just have to put it there. Just have to put it in S anyway. All right, anyway, Chain Lightning Sentry, the Sentry. I put it at S originally. It had tons of power. It cleared maps very fast, but I'm not sure anymore. It might not be that. Against Ubers, you can kill Ubers with it, but it's a little slow. It's decent. Charge Bull Sentry, Charge Bull Sentry, Charge Bull Sentry. Maps, kind of, sort of, it does. It's decent and strong. It maps decently fast. However, is it super good? No. It's honestly teetering on just decent. Probably not a good skill to map with, but it can map. Charge Bull Sentry. Single target. This is a very strong Uber single target ability. Similar to the Charge Bolt on Sorceress, actually, strangely enough, except the Sorceress's Charge Bolt is even more effective than this if you want to be more dangerous. This is safer, though. This is safer. So Charge Bolt Sentry was tested directly against Ubers. It's strong. It's even stronger against non-Uber targets, but against Ubers, it's plenty strong. So it's even like overpowered a bit against like single targets and maps. It's pretty insane damage. Shockweb, pure. It is, if you just map with Shockweb, it's just decent, but you don't want to do that anyway. But just want to let you know, it's powerful. And it clears monsters very fast. Against Ubers, it's even stronger. You can kill Ubers with Shockweb, so this is actually something that's kind of interesting. We tested this just because I really wanted to know more about this, and we tested Lilith dying to Shockweb, and she dies to it. They stack. They stack. You keep throwing Shockweb, she will die pretty fast. Um, it's pretty nuts. Shockweb is a support ability for other abilities. It used to be better as a support ability, but with the change to Chain Lightning Sentry, or Lightning Sentry being now the support for Chain Lightning, you don't really have to use Shockweb as often, even though it's a strong option as a support ability. So Shockweb overall, even though it's strong still, has kind of gone down in the use rankings for the trap set, and that was tested at the very end. Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire is insanely strong. However, you do need some items, and it's still strong as crap. So early game, honestly, for early game, like my choice is to go Wake of Fire, especially if you're gonna run like cows or something early game. That's my choice for traps. I would say it's gonna be your best early game approach is just to go Wake of Fire still. And Wake of Fire used to see even better days than this, but it's still like one of the stronger map clears though, especially on certain maps. Fire Blast, pure mapping. Fire Blast. Did you know you could also map with this, just like Shockweb? It's strong on its own right. However, it's just decent at the high end of decent and effective. Fire Blast's support though is way better because see the way it works is because you have lightning and lightning sentry and chain lightning, that's all good and gravy. But you want a different element sometimes because sometimes you run up against a lightning immunity. So Fire Blast is usually always going to be your go-to as your support ability on this. Shockweb's a bit harder to justify as a support ability now for the fire skills because of some synergy changes, but it's still there. As a matter of fact, Fire Blast is no longer a synergy to Shockweb as of the time of making this video. So that is just another reason that its status's supportability has gone down relative to Fire Blast. Wake of Inferno. Wake of Inferno is garbage. Ever since it was nerfed in Season 3, it has never come back, and they haven't touched it. It is just garbage. It is insanely bad. Whereas the Inferno on Sorceress is now actually really good. So I know it's really strange, right? A Inferno trap is garbage compared to a Sorceress blowing fire like Bowser. Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it? That's just where it is right now. I'm just don't shoot the messenger. You can have all the firepower you want on Wake of Inferno, and it's like just fizzles out. It's very ineffective. It's you can't even kill single targets with so get this. This is why it's so bad. You can't even kill the Cow Queen with Wake of Inferno, which is supposed to be a single target ability, theoretically. Faster than Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire will kill it faster. It actually wastes time to use Wake of Inferno. That is how bad it is. Wake of Fire will just clear the single targets faster. Not good. Yeah, it's not in a good place. Don't use it. Just ignore it. Just pretend it doesn't exist currently. Death Sentry. Death Sentry. Oh my goodness. Death Sentry. Oh man. Well, it's come up a little bit since season 3. They have buffed it. It's still trash though. It's still trash. Man, they nerfed it so hard in season 3. Understandably, because it was the most broken skill of season 2 and arguably one of the most broken skills of season 1. So, yeah, that skill took a big hit, but it's coming back up. But here's my problem with it is that even though it's like viable and it's doable now and it actually does something again, it's still way more effective to just use Fire Blast or Shockweb in almost every case. Yeah, I would say Death Sentry is the most broken skill to ever exist in all of PUT's history, besides maybe the resist skills for like Dragon setup on the Paladin. It's kind of hard to say which one was more broken back in those days. But it's definitely seen better days, and it could still see better days because I don't know, it's pretty ineffective. It's too slow to act, and you're just better off just blasting him with any of these other single target abilities that you have at your disposal. Any of the other ones are better than Death Sentry, so it's even though it's viable now, it might even work decent in group scenarios when you have a slow mapping group or when you are lacking gear. But that's about it. It's viable. It has its uses maybe. There are some cases that can be made, like I said, for grouping that you can put it up a bit higher than that, but that's about it. Blade Fury. And that, yeah, that was testing the recent changes too. It's just still bad. It's still kind of garbagey. Garbagey. Blade Fury. Blade Fury is insane. This is the strongest Uber killing build in Project Diablo 2. This has my highest gold star rating for killing an Uber boss. Why? Because it's nuts. It will destroy the Uber bosses. They will get shredded in like that. It's insane. People were asking what I was using, so I used a bunch of different things. I used Stone Crusher in Exile setups. I used just Reaper's Toll, not Ethereal Reaper's Toll, with just a couple of sockets and some Dual Runes, and this thing will take out Lilith in under a minute. um, it's it's bonkers, and if you make her shadow powerful enough, she can tank for you while you're doing it. So just make sure to keep recasting her shadow. As long as you have her shadow out to distract, once you get done distracting, and as long as you make sure you have attack speed for wind up, and you have like amp, you have some source of like amp proc or just oh god, you get that battle, you get that battle cry on them as well from your CTA and just start firing and shredded, absolutely dumpstered. Easiest Uber killing skill in the game, and even for mapping, you can dumpster maps with it too, especially more narrow maps. The more narrow map, the better. But in general, dumpsters those too. Even off-screen monsters are dead. By the time you walk up, you're like, oh, I didn't realize that monster was there. It's dead. It's shredded in like split seconds. Such a crazy build. Blade Fury is going to be a lot of fun. It's viable early game as well. However, I wouldn't say it's like the strongest early game approach, but you're going to need at least some kind of items, I would say. Make sure to get something maybe. I mean, you can have fun without elemental damage. Remember, it also applies elemental damage, so check it out. No problem. Blade Sentinel. Yeah, Blade Fury. Blade Fury is just crazy. All right. Blade Sentinel is also very strong though. Did you know it can also shred Ubers? And they fixed the AI on it as well, and they buffed it up quite a bit. I wouldn't say it's the craziest mapping ability, especially when it's the same build as Blade Fury and requires the same synergies. It really takes a backseat to mapping to Blade Fury, but that being said, it's solid. It's solid. You can't deny its power now. Blade Shield is used on almost every melee assassin build, or you could even use it on any assassin build if you want. It's just great for proccing stuff. It procs all kinds of things. It's a lot of fun. You should definitely check that one out. No problem. You would also use it on things that I didn't even test, like Rifts in if you want. And yeah, you're gonna have a solid approach with that one. Blade Shield is very good at proccing the life leech, life steal. It's gotten nerfed a bit, but it's still like super good. It's used all the time. That would, man, that's too. Those testing videos are over 10 hours. In some cases, they can't even be uploaded to YouTube straight up. If you want to watch my videos, though, they're still going to be available on Twitch for 2 months. So if you want to watch any of the testing videos, they'll be available for 2 months on the Twitch VODs. I will try to. I'll explain that again at the end. By the way, if anyone has a question about that, how you can access my testing data and how I tested the builds, you can access them yourself on VODs if you want to see how the builds are tested, including the Sorceress yesterday. Which was fast, rapid testing. But we learned what we needed to learn, and it was insane. Good stuff. All right, let's see. We got. All right, so let's go to martial arts. Martial arts is looking like it's in a good place, but you know what's interesting is some of the strongest martial arts builds have definitely switched around since Season 3. In Season 2 and 3, Phoenix Strike held the dominion over this tree. It wasn't like the strongest build in the universe, but it was great for starting, and it still is great for starting. Um, my choice for starting is still Phoenix Strike. If you want a starter build in the martial tree, go for Phoenix Strike. However, if we're talking about endgame power, we're no longer looking at Phoenix Strike quite as hard anymore. Phoenix Strike is solid. It is still strong and balanced. It has powerful clear speed. It's got good CC. It's got everything. Against Ubers, with all the other great Uber approaches, definitely not really what you're looking for. You can kill Ubers with them, so it's viable, but I tested this, by the way. It's viable. You can kill them, but it just takes forever. Not really your best approach. However, if you get let's go over some of the changes. So the patches changed quite a bit with the martial arts tree. You got a lot of things changing. So for instance, there's like different item options that have made some of these other builds more powerful. And Tiger Strike specifically got a lot of buffs. This got like almost reworked. You would almost say with Dragon Tail and Talon. So this used to be garbage as crap. And like it just used to be junk. And like a lot of these other builds are just being ranked directly in comparison. Phoenix Strike has also taken small nerfs here and there. I'd say it was an overall nerf. The fire damage on the meteor getting nerfed again on the Phoenix Strike, so that's kind of what brought it down a third of a tier since season 3. There are multiple reasons why things might change tiers despite not being changed heavily. It could be itemization, it could be how other builds get changed, it could be a lot of things, but that's probably the main reason. And it was retested, of course. All this was retested. We got Cobra Strike mapping. Okay, so Cobra Strike's just Fart Sin. Fart Sin is still very strong. Very, very powerful. Double Plague approaches with Bartux, with Poison Facets. It doesn't matter. It's just super powerful. Get as much of that lower res proc as possible and just go to town. It does very well in a lot of maps. Fist of Fire. Fist of Fire is still pretty much unchanged. It's still junk, kind of, but you know it's decent. It's effective. You kill stuff. You move through the map. The AoE is not very high. You can even kill Lilith with it, but yeah, I don't know. It's actually not that bad against Lilith, but it's whatever. It's okay. It's okay. Claws of Thunder! Exclamation S4 tier list if you guys want to follow along with what we're doing here. Claws of Thunder. This is my highest rated elemental melee assassin ability. It has great AoE. It does great damage. It flattens monsters. You jump into them with Dragonflight and it flattens them. It flattens them. You get gear, it flattens them. You can flatten maps with this thing. It's pretty crazy, honestly. Like Claws of Thunder, you'd expect it maybe to be a bit weaker than Phoenix Strike, but you only have to focus on one element. And they've kind of balanced the elements a bit more this season with Phoenix Strike, which is actually kind of a bad thing for its overall strength. But when it comes to this ability, that's not the case. It's not the case at all. It's just a single element. It's super powerful. You can break immunities. You can use Storm Spire even, which is how I mostly tested it. You don't need Infinity at all, because what happens is you just jump in the middle. Your Mercenary follows you, and the Mercenary just procs the Mercenary procs Static Field, which is the same level as the Infinity Conviction on the enemy negative res and lightning, and it just flattens. Very good build. That's going to be a fun build. That's actually one of the builds I kind of hope to make in the late game on an actual ladder. I don't know about this one, but it was so much fun that I kind of want to do it again. Claws of Thunder is a beastly build. You can almost argue that it's as strong as like Lightning Fury in a lot of cases because it flattens the monsters faster. It just, requires getting a bit closer, and it takes other ones, and you don't flatten as many monsters in the long term as well, so it's pretty similar. It's very good. Blades of Ice. Yeah, Lightning Fury used to be broken as crap. That was like starting out, that was the most broken build, but they've nerfed it so heavily since the start of beta, so it took some big hits. Claws of Thunder, right? Blades of Ice. Blades of Ice is still looking kind of clunky for mapping, but better than Fists of Fire because it's more safe. Honestly, this has got to be one of the most safest builds in the universe. You don't even need max block with it, and you usually can get away with it without dying. You can go like Black Oak Luna Shield, and it's actually pretty cool. It does some decent damage. It's pretty safe. It's super safe for hardcore, and it's just it's strong. It's strong and balanced on the low end. Blades of Ice, single target. Yeah, you can kill single targets. I didn't test Ubers with it, but that wouldn't be a very good use of the skill, I'd imagine. Tiger Strike. Tiger Strike is one of those things where um, it is kind of meant to be a single target ability. However, it doesn't clear thing Ubers as fast as a lot of skills, and it's solid. It's solid, and Tiger Strike is nice. They keep trying to make it better every season, and now it's finally starting to get to the the yellows and the greens and whatnot. It's improving. Mapping still feels really clunky with it though. Um, it is killing things faster than ever though, so that's nice. That's nice. It's solid. It's a high end of viable. It's solid for Ubers. It's one of the better Uber approaches on assassin. Except I don't know. I'd honestly argue that if you have an assassin and your choice is Tiger Strike versus Blade Fury, I don't know. I mean, unless you just want to do it for fun, that's all I gotta say about that. Dragon Tail and Talon, also very effective against Ubers, but not quite as effective as Blade Fury, right? Dragon Tail Talon. So this is Kixen in all of its full glory, basically. And the worst thing you have to deal with these builds are the annoying sound. The hi whole time. You're literally just hi-ying. You might want to turn down your speakers or turn them off or throw them in the garbage or throw them out the window or something to that effect. But if that is the case, I mean, it's super solid stuff though, just in general. Super solid stuff. So you're good. You're good with that build. It's super solid. Highly recommended. Highly recommended for Ubers. Very powerful. Dragon Tail is your main ability, so you're mostly using the fire damage, and it crushes. And the kicks are there for the fire immunes. So it's a lot of fire-oriented damage stuff that you put on your gear. Um, there's a lot of different choices. However, with like Phoenix and whatnot, it crushes maps. It one-shots cows. That is how strong it is. I remember this. There's a reason why this is S minus. Like it one-shots a pack of cows. You jump in there, boom! You just punch them in the face and they just fall. Once you get the gear, you just punch them. Even in a Blood Moon, it's crazy. It's a lot of fun though. So people might be confused about this rating because this is a new thing in season 4. But this is no joke. And if there's a fire immune, your standard kick ability, which is Dragon Talon, will take care of it very fast. So you don't have much of a problem. They synergize just fine. It's a fire physical damage approach, and you can kill single targets. You can destroy maps. It's good. It's a lot of fun. Highly recommended. Kick some in the face. Just roundhouse kicks that whole pack of cows are dead. Dragon Claw. Okay, so Dragon Claw is. I think it received some help, but it's kind of like where Tiger Strike was last season now. It used to be even worse. It's getting better. It's kind of trash though still. I don't know. I mean, when you have Dragon Tail and Talon, I would just use this combination. It's really effective even compared to most builds in the game. I wouldn't bother with this. This is kind of just like whatever. Dragonflight. Early kick is garbage. Well, yeah. So one thing to note is that this crap is garbage without gear. So there's some stuff. Like I said, I already gave you guys my choices for early game. Even Cobra could be decent for early game, but there's some of the stuff that's just I wouldn't touch it till you have some gear. Um, yeah, it's very gear dependent. That is correct. So there are some builds like Whirlwind, Frenzy, very gear dependent builds, like Dragon Tail. Even this super strong build is gear dependent. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Gear dependent stuff. It's very true. It is very gear dependent. No, Necro Summon is the early game approach, 100%. If that's what you're looking to do. All right. We already talked about that. Mind Blast. All right, Mind Blast, Psychic Hammer. All right, we got this. A+, easy mode. No problem. It's the easiest stuff in the world. Honestly, Honestly, they rebuffed it in season 3. They didn't change it now, and it's still powerful. You jump in with Reaper's Toll. You have Wrath, whatever you want to use. You blow up the pack. Wrath on an Act 1 Mercenary. Just everything gets amped, and you just blow up the packs. It's really good. It's really good. It usually takes a couple of casts though of Mind Blast, unless you have absurd damage. But even then, it sometimes can take a couple of casts. So honestly, Dragon Tail one shots. It's like we're talking like the One Punch Man right here. Love the. The only problem with this is it's a little dangerous. So if you want an even safer approach and you want something that can kill physical and magic immunes, not both, but one or the other, Mind Blast is like one of the most solid, safe approaches, and it's one of my Dark Humility's choices for early game. 100% is Mind Blast Psychic Hammer. So if you're going for early game approaches, that is a very strong early game approach. Is Mind Blast Psychic Hammer. Against Ubers, did you know you can even kill Lilith with it? Yeah, I did. Is it trash? Yes, but you can. Um, don't recommend it. This is more of a it's great single target, just standard single target. It's okay single target. It's like strong, and it's got the mapping approach as well. All right, Cloak of Shadows. All right, so these are just all strong support skills. Cloak of Shadows is always amazing to have in your tool belt, though, for especially dangerous maps. Always keep this in your belt. I use it all the time. It's very good. You can use it against like single targets as well to lower their defenses. You can lower other things as well. It synergizes really good with like Blade Fury. Um, yeah, just use it. It's good stuff. Shadow Warrior and Master. Warrior is better at surviving most situations than Master, so just keep that in mind. I don't know why that is. It seems like the Master is just a little. I don't know. He's like a little weaker in more situations. Um, Not super big difference. Fade versus speed. That was just my kind of subjective assessment. I don't know. Maybe some people have different experiences. Fade versus speed, weapon block, Venom. Venom is oh man, Venom's used on. You can use Venom on any melee build. It's crazy. It's just an easy damage. It's just free damage. 1 point, 20 points, 40 points with the synergy. It's especially used on these builds down here. So um, always keep that Venom in your back pocket. Just cast it. Pre-casting, you can pre-buff it if you like pre-buff. I don't like pre-buff. Um, I'll say it straight up. I'm actually biased against pre-buff. If something is ultra powerful strong with pre-buff and it requires like an hour of pre-buff, um, I am I tend to rate it down unless it's revives, where revives are pretty easy to get going, and then it's like sets up for like 14 minutes. But if you have a whole situation where you need like 20 items in your inventory, see revives is not items. You just need like the items you would normally use. You can swap out maybe 1 or 2 items if you want, but with this, like there's some situations with Venom where you'd have to swap out all of your gear like twice. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of biased against it a little bit. But that being said, it could be very powerful. Venom can be insanely strong, and pure poison builds with melee can be very powerful with Venom. You just need to get the right pre-buff. Just gotta get all that poison damage stuff and facets and whatnot. Mind Blasts. Mind Blasts. Yeah, we tested Venom even more extensively this season than in any other season, so I got a better read on it. Mind Blast. Mind Blast support. So, it never feels like you have to use it, but there are some situations you might want to. When your Cloak of Shadows is on cooldown, for instance, and you want some extra support against more monsters, it might not be a bad idea just to have 1 point into it. It's better than ever now, so it's got 1 point. It's good. Decent. All right. Whirlwind Assassin, Poison Physical, Single Target Ubers. All right. So Assassin, Assassin is crazy with melee. Melee is very good Assassin. You would expect melee Assassin to be a meme still, but it's not. It's actually insanely strong. Um, and as a matter of fact, with Poison, if you get all the pre-buff in place and you even get maximum power, you could even throw this in the S minus S tier along with Whirlwind on a Barbarian. That is how strong it is with the poison damage. With the physical approach, it is, definitely a cut of below the Barbarian, but only by a little bit, and that's just because the weapon choices aren't as strong. These builds can be pretty expensive, though, because they require very specific gear, kind of like the Whirlwind Barbarian. They require certain types of claws, like winds and furies and chaoses and things of that nature. Um, so yeah, it's all good stuff though. I did a lot of Whirlwind Assassin. Chad is was very passionate about the Whirlwind Assassin. Maybe the community is as a whole. There's a lot of people that really love this build. Um, they were telling me all kinds of things I was actually doing wrong. So my testing was improving as I went on because they're like, no, you got to use this claw or try to use this claw because there's like 5 different claws you could use and there's just a lot of stuff. Or like use this pre-buff or this other pre-buff. Whirlwind Assassins are interesting though. It was a lot of fun to test it. It was it actually taught me a lot about the build too. Because to be honest, like even though I test all these builds, and it gives me more and more game knowledge every time I test all these builds. I'm not an expert at some of these builds, and Whirlwind Assassin is definitely one where I'm not 100% an expert. Like I said, you could rate it even higher though with certain gear and with like the ultra elite stuff. So keep that in mind that Whirlwind Assassin is very strong. So if you want a very interesting build to play that really tears up a map, um, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Good shit. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Another thing that's a lot of fun is just like with the Zeal Barbarian. I thought Zeal would work pretty well on an Assassin, and I was right. You can go claws. You can go standard weapons. I'd recommend claws though, because claws are fast, and you have the claw and dagger mastery on the assassins. You can actually use like a weapon like a fury or a wind or something and go zealing with it, and it's really strong. Um, it's really strong. It hits really hard with the poison approach. It's slower than Whirlwind because Whirlwind kind of just like slices and dices through them. And maybe it's a little weaker than the Zeal Barbarian, especially when it comes to the overall mapping approach. But the Zeal Assassin's got solid single target. It was actually really safe to kill Ubers with. I don't know what it is about the Zeal builds, but you can't go wrong with Zeal in Project Diablo 2 when you're killing an Uber. Um, yeah. So, um, yeah. Can you? What claws do you run with Claws of Thunder? You can run like Oh yeah, people are asking about Claws of Thunder. Yeah, you can use a Venom with Claws of Thunder if you want. Um, it's not as effective as you might think. It's mostly the AOE on it. Early game options include like Crescent Moon Claws, believe it or not. I actually used one Crescent Moon Claw on top of like a Bartex with lightning facets, and this is how powerful it was. So you don't even need the most insane stuff to make Claws of Thunder powerful. That's something to note. All right. Anyway, Zeal Assassin. I mean, obviously Griffins would help and things like that, but you get the idea. Zeal Assassin, very strong once again. Yeah. So Zealer, there's all these Zealers you can make now with Ferocity, the helmet Ferocity. You can make it in an F3 socketed helm or just a non-F one if you don't care about the indestructible stat. But um, yeah, that good uses of Zod and Chamberlains. What can I say? I mean, you can make some really fun builds. It's not like they're super OP or anything, but they're fun builds and they're fun new ways to use Zod and Chamberlains. So if you ever find yourself drowning in Zod or Chamberlains and you can't get rid of them, um, look no further than things like Mage Zon or like Rainbow Zon with Zenith as your main bow and Infinity. Um, use the make Zealers, make Zeal Assassins and Zeal Barbarians. I mean, Zeal Barbarians insanely good against Ubers. That felt even safer. So, yeah, I don't know. What's up, man? Yep. Early. All right. And now, so our final assassin assessment is underway. Um, wow, yeah, this video is going on for a while. I already knew it kind of would, though. uh, Not as long as our previous videos, though, so we're actually doing a thing a little bit better on this one than the last one. All right, assassin overall, I would rank the assassin as fifth in the pack overall, fifth strongest class overall. There was a time when it was the strongest class for sure. I think that was season 2. I'd say Zon held that mantle in season 3. Zon would have also vied for it in season 2 as well. But Assassin is still very powerful, and it's a close fifth. And you could put it above the Barbarian in some cases if you want, especially due to its uber prowess. But um, a lot of the classes are very close in power. There's just some differences at the very top and at the very bottom, which would be Druid. Paladin being the sixth, my sixth most powerful class overall, in my own power rankings. Um, also looking pretty strong. However, I would say there's a little bit of a gap between 5 and 6, and then 6 and 7, which is the Druid. So we have our Paladin. Overall, remember, the Assassin has my strongest rated Uber build. If you want to kill them effortlessly with tons of power, you want to shred them faster than anything I've ever seen, Blade Fury is your choice. And for map clearing abilities, you have all kinds of trap abilities you can use, especially the strongest one in my opinion, which is Chain Lightning Light Sentry, unless that took a hit from the change. I don't know. Was not able to test it because they did it after everything was closed. Once again, that's something that just happens sometimes. So you might have to retest it yourself when it's live. Yeah, it should be strong. It should be very strong. And yep, Psychic Hammer. Mind Blast is still going very strong again. Very good early game choice. Doesn't require much gear as well. Good stuff. All right. And so, yeah, so that's my power ranking. I'll go over it at the end again. I'll do a summary for the overall class power ranking because I do have a overall class power ranking. I'll also talk about the overall Mercenary assessment as well, where we're currently at, and some other things. And that's about it. But first, Paladin, last class, Fist of Heavens. Fist of Heavens mostly relies on plus skills and FCR, faster cast rate. You do not need a lot of lightning stuff, but if you have lightning stuff with FCR like Griffins, it will make your single target ability also insane, and you can clear single targets very effectively with it. It's not as effective as some things against single targets, though, even with all that gear. But as a mapping ability, you just have to fire off a couple of shots and everything falls around you, even in random directions. So this ability strikes me as pretty solid, especially in wide open scenarios, but it's even solid on narrow maps because it fires the bolts towards where the monsters are. It's got good AI on it. It's, what can I say? It's strong. And it hits everything. It decimates whole areas very quickly. Definitely very good. Also, this is Dark Humility's choice for early game on the Paladin. So if you want to go an early game Paladin, this whole like Fist of Heavens, Holy Bolt type area of the tree is my choice for early game on Paladin. So if you're going Paladin, this is the spot to be in for the early game. Sweet. All right, DD. What else we got here? Holy Bolt, mapping in single target. There's not an early game thing here, but technically for early game, this is still one of the stronger abilities for LOD content and whatnot. But once again, this is a late game tier list, so if we have to evaluate its single target strength, it's okay. It's pretty good. It's strong. And mapping on Holy Bolter is not great. That being said, you can also argue this is like a hybrid mapping support ability because it also heals. So there's some things I don't really like put here, but there's like some other uses of Holy Bolt that are actually very effective simply because it's a heal damage ability. Are you going to want to solo map with it? No. Are you going to want to kill Ubers with it or any other single target? I mean, only if you have to, but it would actually be really bad against Ubers. I didn't even list that because it's magic damage, so don't do that either. Pretty garbage. All right. Anyway, good stuff. Blessed Hammer. Hammered him. Chat. Okay, so this is something very interesting to know. Everyone in YouTube and chat. You might wonder, S tier, wait, what? Is this killing faster than Lightning Fury in a lot of cases? And, well, I mean, not that it used to. Lightning Fury got hit really hard, remember. But, the truth is, this is one of the biggest surprises if you've never played Hammered In on Project Diablo 2. It started out as garbage in Season 1. It's progressively gotten better. They keep boosting it every season. And then what happened was in Season 3, I think I had this skill as like an A+ skill because it was actually solid at that point and it did tons of damage, especially if you got the FCR and the plus skills. you build it like a pretty standard hammered in. I mean, there's nothing too special about the build. It's like you would think from LOD pretty much. Except maybe Doom. I like Doom on the Merc because you can jump in and freeze things with it. And, Insight's nerfed anyway, so you may as well just use Redemption when you have to. But Doom on the Mercenary just makes this amazing. But what happens is the Mercenary, you get a lot of power on him. You get the Doom. He kills shit right in front. He just one-shot stuff. And you have concentration on your Merc too, so you just give him a ton of power. And he himself... So they buffed this. After I gave it an A+, they did a post-buff patch after the final beta patch last season. I don't know if anyone remembers this. That buffed the Hammered again. So they buffed it after I launched my tier list last season, which could still happen with any of these, right? Just like normal. And then I tried it again, and oh my goodness, it's so strong. Lightning Fury Amazon is still S tier. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it still clears like a boss. It requires a bit more gear now though, and it's not quite as insane. Oh yeah, Lightning Fury 14 bolts, man, that stuff shreds. Still got the same number of bolts, man. It's still gonna hurt. Anyway, Blessed Hammer. Oh, I retested it. It's still strong as crap. Anyway, Blessed Hammer is crazy. The speed of the hammers, the AoE, I just took those maps down like nothing. Blood Moon is easy. The new map, the Canyon, or no, the Marketplace or whatever, toasted. Like Hammered In will just toast anything now. So like Hammered In is getting close to its LOD levels of power now. We're talking like for actual like end game viability. So don't be afraid to play this one. Matter of fact, it felt way faster. I shouldn't say way faster. At the upper end of the spectrum, though, there's a bit more differences at like the very high end of the builds. It felt faster than Fist of the Heavens. I mean, it felt faster than Whirlwind unless you had a crazy weapon. That's how strong this is. It's no joke. Those hammers will shred. They do serious damage. So yeah, definitely get on that when you can. Yeah, it's less point intensive than Fist of the Heavens. Yeah, exactly. Fist of the Heavens just takes a little longer to kill stuff. It's actually interesting. You just could jump in the monsters and just shred them. That's the better approach. So Hammered In is, honestly, in my opinion, if you're trying to map on a Paladin in the late game, I know, this is crazy. In Project Diablo 2, Hammered In is actually what I have tested to be the strongest Paladin mapping build. Where did it come from? I don't know, man. But you guys, if you haven't played it in a while or you just wrote it off because of what happened in previous seasons, you might not want to because it's crazy good. It's super tanky too. That's another thing that's helping it as well. Super tanky. You know, like hardly take damage on this thing. It's like, I don't know, like Novasork. Novasork might have a small edge on damage, but it's still S tier because it clears a little faster on the Sorceress, but it's way more dangerous than this, I'll tell you that much. So this is just super safe, super powerful. The gear isn't necessarily required to be insanely good, but better gear is going to help that out quite a bit. So, just get it going, man. Get it going. Anyway, that's enough about the Hammered In. Sacrifice. Sacrifice was tested. There were serious changes to Sacrifice, specifically in the Season 4 beta. So Hammered In got rebuffed even during Season 3, so that's kind of a new thing, but it's also not super new. What's really going on here with Sacrifice, though, is Sacrifice took a big boost, and Sacrifice is looking solid now. You can map with this. It's decent and effective. Like, no joke. You could totally make a Sacrifice Paladin and it will cleave monsters. Better than a lot of those garbage Barbarian skills. I'll tell you that much. A lot better. So that's kind of cool. And then single target Ubers, yeah, it's okay. It doesn't beat Zeal, though. I mean, not even close. Zeal is still, like, way better. It's just the number of hits, really. Sacrifice does more damage per hit, but no matter how fast you attack with Sacrifice, it just doesn't get there. We used like the top frames, we used good weapons. Yeah, I don't know. Physical Zeal's looking good though. Physical Zeal, always one of my top picks for Ubers, and this time I made that even more clear because it's still Honestly, as strong as they've made the Ubers, they keep buffing them. Physical Zeal is looking better and better, um, especially as it's just able to deal damage with really clear options. I even made a really, it's one of my most popular build guides for PD2 is my Physical Zealer guide, and people really like it, and they've posted good results with it. It's always got good results. I retested it even to show it on stream, just like Jab, and Physical Zeal's up there with Jab in terms of capability of killing Ubers on a budget. I would say Jab might be even better than Zeal on a budget though, which is crazy to say, but Jab's on better on a budget, but Physical Zeal kills them faster with more gear. So there is, remember, budget is a small factor, but um, it definitely makes some difference. It's also super safe. See, that's the thing about Physical Zeal, especially on the Barb and Zeal Barb and Zeal Paladin, just very safe. Powerful and safe and super tanky, and they just don't die. It's good stuff. Physical charge. Yeah, they can take a lot of damage. Physical charge. Good stuff. Physical charge. Honestly, they buffed that too. It's looking better than ever, but if I have to say so myself, and I've tested it more, which is why like its ranking kind of has gone down a little bit. Because with more testing, I've kind of found okay, well, it's decent, but it has problems, and sometimes you just if you focus on charge, you're just gonna die a lot. I don't know. There was that problem too. You could go two-hander and you would die a lot. If you go one-hander, you don't die that much, but it takes more hits to clear things, so it's okay. You can actually charge maps if you want, though. Why not? I tried it. Smite single target. Ubers. So, alright. So, Smiter is officially, after a lot of buffs and a lot of changes and a lot of other things, is now officially as good as Zeal against the Ubers itself. In some cases, you could say it's even better. So, kind of like with Hammerden, the Paladin is looking more and more like its LOD self in Season 4 PD2. Why do I say that? Because if you think about what's strong in LOD, you'll come to very similar conclusions about what's strong on PD2 currently on the Paladin, except for his Fist of the Heavens. Fist of the Heavens is amazing on PD2, and it's not good at all on vanilla. But Hammerden, Smiter, bread and butter, very good stuff. So yeah, very good stuff indeed. Very solid. Set him up. Set him up and get him. Okay. So, very effective. Love Smite. Smite felt really good. One thing to note is Smite still keys off of flat damage, so make sure to get weapons like Astrins, Redeemer, things like that, and then make sure to get Amp. So Exile is still very good. Smiter, I'd say Smiter is more consistent and clean. However, Zealer could kill the Ubers, some of the Ubers faster, just simply because he does more damage. I don't know. Just got to make sure you have the AR. So it was really close. Like it didn't feel very different using these two types of builds. I'd also say that strangely enough, Smite might be. I mean, it's maybe somewhat more budget in some ways, but it also felt like the damage. You definitely need that consistent amp, so make sure to get it from somewhere. I don't know. It could be a little tougher though. Without it, need a physical res as well. Whirlwind bar, we tested all kinds of weapons, man. Honestly, just the better weapon, the better your weapon, the more damage it does, the more deadly strike or more negative enemy physical res in the case of double S Stone Crusher, the stronger it's going to be. That's why it's something hard to rank. I mentioned that, honestly, with the strongest weapons, Whirlwind is arguably S or even S plus tier for mapping. The only problem with it, though, is that you need like 100 hiring weapons to even get there. Otherwise, that's kind of a ding for it. It's a little bit of a ding because without those 100 hiring weapons, it's still very powerful, but it doesn't get up to that crazy level. It's not that crazy. It's strong, it's effective, it's gonna be solid, but yeah, you know about it. All right, Vengeance. Oh yeah, by the way, thank you so much for Justin the Mac. Chat, did we spam some Eyes of Dan in the chat for Justin the Mac? First time ever, Xana's attack spell that goes to the machine that Arcane Disciples with his prime. Chat spam this. Get it in there. No problem. Alright, conversion, Holy Shield. Holy Shield. Okay, Holy Shield is still super powerful as a support ability. It doesn't matter if they take the nerf back to it. It doesn't matter. You have to use it all the time on a Paladin. If you're not using it, then you're a charger with 2H and you're gonna die. I don't know. Paladins are very squishy without 2H with 2H. Just to let you guys know, you can go 2H on a lot of approaches, but they're very squishy. It's not like a Barb where Barb just has so much health and has so much extra DR and so much extra stuff that he can kind of get away with it. I mean, not kind of. He does get away with it. The Paladin, getting away at 2H on a Paladin is still kind of challenging. That's something to mention. It's not something I really put here, but it's something that is in the more advanced video, which is what I'm making right here. So you guys can refer back to it. I'll try to put timestamps like I always do for going over any build. So yeah, very good stuff. All right. Yeah. So Joust is honestly, if you max out Joust on some of these physical builds like Zeal and whatnot for mapping that are just like good and strong on mapping, you're gonna have a good time because Joust does a ton of damage. When you initially jump into the monsters, it blows a lot of them up. So it's actually really good, and it's really good as a support ability too. But you can actually like max out Joust in a lot of cases as well. So Joust is nice. It's not a build by itself. It never is. It doesn't even have any synergies, but you can use it in a lot of ways. So it's very good. Conversion, you never really have to use that, but you can. You can if you feel like you're gonna die faster than you can kill them, but I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of a troll. You could even put this in trash tier, really, but yeah, it's a little generous to it. Vengeance is still in that kind of place where it was last season, but that's because it wasn't specifically changed. There were some other things that were changed though, like you could go Zenith on an Act 1 Mercenary if you want to use Conviction on yourself, and it actually boosts the power a little bit. Remember to go elemental damage as much as possible, and it's strong. I was cleaving cows with it. It's just a little clunky and it's a little slow, but not that slow. It's almost there. Vengeance is solid. It's almost strong. It's almost balanced. I feel like it's so close. It needs like something else. I keep testing it though. Conversion plus thorns. So we have a lot of other thorns builds that are tested, mostly in season 3 when they did the changes in season 3, and you can see the ratings on those. Thorns is kind of a meme. I mean, it's strong enough to kill stuff. It kills stuff. It actually kills stuff in maps even. The only problem is actually one build that's really telling about this is this approach here. Shiver Chilling Armor. Like, you can go just pure reflect. This is with no other damage. And it kills stuff, but it's trash. And you don't even have to use any other skills. You could just use those skills. And it by itself, it does damage, but does it do a lot of damage? No. Which means that any kind of Thorns approach is usually going to just be sub-standard. And that makes sense. Makes sense. I don't think it's passive skill where you just sit there and take damage should be all that insanely strong. Otherwise, that'd be kind of a meme in itself. So, I mean, better that the skill does damage and it's still a meme than the idea of it clearing faster than, say, I don't know, a Fist of Fire assassin or something. That'd be kind of memey, right? Kind of silly. Just jump in the monsters and they just kill themselves instantly or something and be like, okay. I don't know about that one. I mean, maybe at some point, but I don't know, dude. I don't know. That'd be funny to see, but I'll admit, but that's not what happens currently. They definitely chunk themselves though. They do some chunks. Another build that's kind of interesting to illustrate that is where is it? Just before we finish the Paladin here. Where's the Iron Maiden one? Yes, Mosh Pit. Confuse, Amplify, Iron Maiden. It's mostly the Confuse and Amplify that makes this build even C tier. Iron Maiden is not doing all that much. Like if you just do Iron Maiden, you'll see the difference. Thorns type stuff is not great still. It's kind of a meme. All right, Joust, Holy Nova, Holy Light, good stuff for support abilities. Yeah. Oh, we already talked about Joust. All right, offensive skills. They didn't really change a lot of this season. However, one thing they did change is they increased the number of weapon options for some of these things. So they made it to where there's a Jin Slayer has Holy Fire. Wait. Jin Slayer has Holy Fire. And we also have Holy Freeze coming from. No, sorry. No, not Holy Fire. Resist Fire. Sorry. Resist Fire. So Resist Fire adds fire damage to all sources. It gives you boost to fire damage. There's also Totus Flamme, which also does that as well. No, it's Jin Slayer too. They did both of them, Otis. They did both of them. There's 2 sources of Resist Fire now. I don't know why. Yeah, both. One of them's on an Act 3 Mercenary too. Yeah. So you can put it on an Act 3 Mercenary, which is really cool. I actually used that on there, so it's pretty neat. There's also Frostwind is now. Oh, Frostwind's beastly now. Not just for the cold druid, but you could even use it with 4 sockets with all the cold damage and everything on it as a weapon for Holy Freeze Paladin because it has resist cold on it as well. So all this stuff can boost damage, and in addition to things like Lightsaber, which has resist lightning as well. And then there's also Azarath, which is always going to be strong because it has an extra aura. It has Sanctuary for magic damage. And it also has like tons of elemental damage, and it's just fast. So Azarath and all these other options are very good on all these Holy Shock, Holy Freeze, Holy Fire builds. Most of them kind of all hover around strong and balanced. They're pretty balanced these days. After they did the initial balancing, I think it was last season when a lot of that initial balancing really took place. They've all been in a good place. We have retested them all though, just to confirm with the new weapons that they're still about where they were, to be honest. In a lot of cases, there's some small differences, very small differences. I would say though that Holy Freeze definitely has seen better days for mapping. I mean, it definitely has. It used to be overpowered as shit, but I'd say Holy Shock is honestly where it's at. Like Holy Shock, there's a couple reasons for this. One, you can use. There's a lot of options you have now available to you, like Lightsaber with Resist Lightning, which is just as fast as the Azarath for like recoil and whatnot, and you can Zeal with it as well. So there's Lightsaber, and then there's also the fact that there's like stronger Storm Spires, and there's some other stuff too, and it's doing a lot of damage, and it could break almost any immunity. So Holy Shock is looking really good. Holy Shock Charger definitely seems to have a bit of an edge. We tested lots of different approaches. So this is like standard. This is using Holy Shock on yourself. So this is your main aura. There's the approach where you use Dreams as your main source of Holy Shock. And yeah, and of course the best approach was tested against Ubers in all cases. And of course there's dragons as well. Dragons are solid. Like some of those changes that were made, dragons are solid. Very, very good. Gotta always have that dragon paladin as a solid approach. Is it insane though? Definitely a shadow of its former self, but it's solid. If you want to spin that, it's all good stuff. Get some extra dragons, solid stuff. One thing to note is so I tried a hybrid build, and the hybrid build is pretty cool because it's really safe. You can use Zenith under Mercenary to help out all of your sources of damage with Sanctuary Aura. And you can have you can just have Conviction on yourself, and you can use like Dragons and Dreams under builds, or Dragon / Hand of Justice plus double Dreams. That's what I did. It maps pretty well, and it clears everything. There's no monster this thing can't kill. Did you know that I was able to kill, at least in the dungeon spawn that I had, every monster in the Cathedral of Light? I was able to kill every single one. I didn't clear all of it, but I cleared all the way up to the synthetic one, and then I killed the synthetic one after one death because I was testing on softcore. That being said, That being said, you could I was able to solo the dungeon with this build. The mercenary died a lot. I died once. I drank probably about 100 jubes, but you can do it. Yeah, you can solo it. You can kill everything just fine. So it's still trash, but I tested it. I just want to show that I tested solo dungeons with it. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Uh, any of these like hybrid damage approach theoretically can do solo a dungeon. I tested this one specifically, but one thing to note is that you can almost always solo the dungeons and whatnot. So with hybrid damage, so as long as you have multiple sources of damage, you're in a pretty good place. Like even a Mind Blast and theoretically can usually solo a dungeon or can mostly solo one because magic and physical isn't a very common combination of immunities. So yeah, good stuff. A lot of types of private builds. Anyway, if you ever want to solo a dungeon, it's mostly fun. I mean, it's not a good idea. You want to do dungeons in groups, and for that, it's like a whole different ball game. There's like a whole different meta there. So it's not a it has nothing to do with the strength of any of these abilities. Overall in the late game. Sanctuary, Zeal charge, mapping, um, good stuff. Very good stuff. Very strong. However, I'm gonna say it's weaker than the elemental builds because it's magic damage, so it doesn't scale as high as the elemental builds, and that's kind of where I put it. A lot of the data was from season 3 when we tested it a lot. Thorns. This was from season 3. Once again, it's mostly the Zeal and the charge doing the damage, but you lose a lot of damage because you're using Thorns instead of a damage orb. Thorns, pure attack damage, reflect, so this is if you use just pure Paladin Thorns. Once again, most of the Thorns data is from season 3, and because it hasn't changed in season 4, so I can effectively use that as data for season 4 because it hasn't changed. It's still trashy. But that being said, Paladin Thorns is pretty strong. Pretty strong. It's also safer than trying to run it on a Sorceress or something. Conviction. Conviction is still one of the strongest support abilities in the game, so make sure to use it if it's just a support ability, and it supports other abilities like Fist of the Heavens. Concentration and all these other auras are used on different builds. Blessed Aim is used seldomly, sometimes on a Mercenary, but it can be used to get extra attack rating. Not necessary, though. Resist fire, resist cold. Alright, so yeah, the rest of this is just rating different defense auras and defensive auras overall, and that's about it. In some ways, Paladins have the least, like, actual, like, solo builds. A lot of their abilities are, geared towards party play, and that's, how, that's what a Paladin's supposed to be. That's it's literally what it said, in LOD, or even on this when you choose the Paladin. That's his strength. So, Paladin, he's very powerful solo, of course, but he doesn't have as many builds as some of the other classes. You try Conviction with an Act 3 Mercenary. Conviction with an Act 3 Mercenary? Do you mean... what do you mean by that? Oh, you mean the staff? Or other stuffs? I mean, I've seen what it can do on that one. Oh, just buffing the Act 3 Mercenary. Oh, I didn't test that actually. That's interesting. I've seen, okay, so actually, because you're talking about mercenaries, let me just talk about them real quick, kind of the state of the mercenaries. So, the mercenaries are in a better place than they've ever been. Period. They're very balanced. I found myself going for every single mercenary when I did all this testing. I have used all 4. And when I was thinking of the optimal build, even we're talking the optimal build, I found myself going for all of them. That being said, Act 3 Mercenaries are something I still used a little bit less than the other 3. Act 1 and Act 5 mercenaries are pretty common, especially like Act 1 is a bit more common. I would even say than Act 5 for an interesting reasons. And then Act 2 is more common than anything still by a little bit. If I had to rank mercenaries, it's Act 2, Act 1, Act 5, and Act 3. However, they're very close in power. And they're all at least solid. Even an Act 3 mercenary, I'd probably rate like an A minus. So if that gives you an idea of like where the mercenaries are at right now, they're very good. Act 3 mercenaries, especially for utility and the auras they provide, in addition to being able to use Paladin shields and Sorceress orbs, are good. And yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Act 3 mercenaries can use staves, but I think now I know what you're talking about. You're talking about just supporting the Act 3 mercenary with infinity. Yeah, okay, that's a bit different. So I didn't test that, but to be fair, the Act 3 mercenaries do a ton of damage. They do a ton of damage. They actually really hit super hard. So if you are ever on a magic damage build, or a build that doesn't require the actual damage to come from the mercenary aura of any kind, if you need extra damage as well from the Act 3 mercenary because you don't have a better option, or you're a lightning build that's using that on top of like infinity on yourself, there's just a lot of things you could use it for. It's really solid now. Really, really solid. Early season full IK Act 5 is really nice. Yeah, for sure. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Miami Max. Chat spam this. I just stand in the chat for Miami Max. Get him in there. Get him in there. All right, guys. The other thing I will note is overall on all of the classes, this is my class ranking is Sorceress, number 1, Necromancer, number 2, Amazon, number 3, Barbarian, number 4, Assassin, number 5, Paladin, number 6, and Druid, number 7. Druid has never been above number 7. However, it's getting closer. And with some of these crazy shape-shifting builds, it's no longer a joke. And Tornado is no longer a joke. And the fire skills, especially Molten Boulder, no longer a joke. So make sure to use those for sure. And the Sorceress, with only 2 hours of testing, that's all I had to do to swap out those orbs, swap out like Death Fathom and Ashudas and all that stuff. We found out that, man, it is crazy. Chat, spam those eyes of Xan in the chat for him. Thank you so much for launching a Xan attack on the stream, and exclamation S4 tier list if you guys want to see what we're finishing up here. We will also post this on YouTube. We're just coming to an end here of this video here for our massive 300 entry tier list with all kinds of different tasks of different builds, different varieties of builds. Maybe there's builds on here you didn't even think would be very good, and that's the key. We test things that even might be... we do so much testing. We tested till the very end. Literally retested things after patch notes that just came through at the very end, like the end of the beta patches. There's still some things that might get adjusted a bit here, like Inferno, maybe Chain Lightning Sentry because of some very last minute changes or some things that haven't quite come in. There might even be some other things that get adjusted just if they choose to do things, if they see some really crazy abuse scenarios when the servers go live. So yeah, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. It's amazing stuff. It's amazing stuff. It's very good. Very good stuff indeed. So yeah. We're killing it. Killing it absolutely. Thank you guys for all the crazy support throughout this whole week plus of testing. Hope you guys enjoyed all this insane amount of testing. And does anyone else have any questions about this tier list? Anything that I didn't answer along the way? I did say there'd be a question and answer session at the end, but I still ended up answering a lot of questions as they were coming in. Taco Dad, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to Cold Xander's Day. I go crazy on tier lists. If you don't already know, we have other crazy tier lists as well. Check out my D2R Ultimate Farming build, item type, and experience farming area tier list for D2R, the vanilla version of the game. We have it on YouTube as well if you're looking for D2R content. We also have the previous season's videos from this. As you can see, we've been upgrading and getting better and more precise with every tier list. We're learning more and more and more about all the builds, even in PD2. There's always more things you can test. We didn't test everything, of course. Things are still subject to change, even now, even after beta has ended. However, this is looking amazing. It's looking really good, and we'll definitely have that up there as well. And I'm always trying to be vigilant about making things as accurate as possible with the community. I know there's definitely some subjectivity here. Just remember, this is a late game tier list. Is Summoner Druid good for all content? Absolutely. Check this out. Mapping A tier, Ubers S tier. You can destroy Ubers, especially once you get the skills up. You can just do anything in the game with a Summon Druid, and it's even better than ever after improving AI and after giving them extra Ravens this season. Good question. And yeah, so just keep in mind how we rank them, what the ranks mean. So this is anything from decent and effective to overpowered is all good stuff. You will not have a problem with these builds. They might be slower than others. The overpowered tier are the tiers of the ultimate just wipeout builds. Obviously, that's what you're looking for the most powerful Uber single target and map clearing builds. In the past, we haven't done nearly as much Uber testing, so that we've done the most Uber testing on this tier list as well. What made Fury Druid S tier this season? Fury Druid. Fury Druid is S tier because it's only for Ubers though. For mapping, it's A tier. What made it S tier for Ubers is that they buffed up Feral Rage and they just buffed up a lot of stuff. He's super strong against the Ubers now. And you can wipe him out with Battle Cry on top of that. That is not a question related to this. Do the chickens have large talons? Maybe. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Yep. Sir Flunky, what's up, man? Keep asking questions, guys. As a Poison Javelin starter, would you go for 20 points in a Valk from 30 to 49 or skill Valk after maxing Play Javelin? I wouldn't even skill Valk until maxing Play Javelin, honestly, unless you really feel like you need it. Valkyrie is not that insanely strong until it has a lot of skills in it anyway. For all Skeleton's build with warriors, mages, and archers, is mapping in single target Ubers build the same? Yeah, I mean, I literally used identical builds pretty much, Snack Bacon. I didn't even swap out gear. You could. There's always ways to further optimize things. So when I test the late game, I don't test with perfect gear in every scenario. Why? Because I try to get an idea of what would be clean, good, doesn't require impossible gear. It requires things that you might have to farm up for, of course, but it requires late game gear that you would expect, not stuff that's going to be absolutely absurd. And technically, you could test some impossible gear in the testing realm. You could. But we try to test with things that are at least somewhat realistic. If you have 100% perfect gear, everything becomes really strong, theoretically. Not everything, but most things. If you tested with 100% perfect gear, there'd be so much more blue. And a lot of the blue is, support skills anyway that's already here, or just like different versions of the build, or a single target versus mapping tasks, right? So a lot of this blue is just extra blue that's added because there's like extra variations of builds. But there would be a lot more blue here, or there'd be stronger blues with perfect gear. Maybe it could be helpful if a leveling recommendation for classes could be highlighted in the sheet. Leveling recommendations are based on this early game trifecta of power, so there's a reason why I don't want to be too hard on the leveling recommendations, because there's other things you can do. And really what it comes down to is this: high mobility, big AoE, magic or physical type damage. If you have one of these things or more of these things, and you have a strong degree of any of these things, your build is going to be more effective in the early game. Period. That's all that really matters. So all those builds I kind of highlighted or I talked about as being my choice for an early game build when this is a late game tier list have to do with this early game trifecta of power. There's no build I mentioned in the early game that does not fit that criteria to a very strong degree. So that's all you gotta. It's all you gotta read. It's a 3-step guide to early game power. Easy. Um, I could highlight them a bit more in the future if people want more early game advice, but to be honest, I don't specifically test for it, and I'd probably have to put it somewhere else. It'd have to be like a separate guide or something. And I'll be honest, like I said, you can do almost anything in the early game and it won't feel terrible because they've balanced so well in the early game. Does that mean if they are S tier for Ubers, they are good starters for clearing early keys, Ubers, and Uber Trist? For the most part, yes. Not always. Sometimes they lack mobility to get to the keys. However, in most cases, if a build is strong for clearing Ubers, it is good for key farming. In almost all cases, that especially goes for things like Zeal Paladins and anything that's like A or S tier for Ubers is going to be solid for clearing keys. Some things might be even better for clearing keys, like Frenzy Double Swing might be better for that. To be honest, though, the only thing that really matters for keys is being able to do damage to the key bosses and being able to get there quickly. That's really the only thing that matters for key farming, especially when player count doesn't matter anymore. Player count doesn't matter anymore. Keys are guaranteed. I kind of would rather the Ubers be guaranteed, but that's just one of those small tidbits of things that I would prefer. If I was Master of the Universe, but no one's Master of the Universe, and it's an insane mod. Even without, obviously with everyone's input, not just my input. So, I actually kind of preferred a bit more of the LOD approach, honestly, because I feel like killing Lilith over and over for an organ can be kind of draining. It also like takes the specialness out of killing the mini Ubers, kind of. It makes them less special. But I don't know. I mean, it's a farm though. It's a farm. Keys are guaranteed in PD2. Yes, they are. Just got to kill them once. So yeah, all you really need is mobility in that. It's not like you need a tier list for key farming. There are builds that are strong against Ubers / single targets, and there are builds that are very strong against mapping in the late game, or even the end game, which end game is past late game in my mind, but this is everything like late game beyond. One thing to mention once again is that the further along, the closer you get to late game, the more this tier list specifically becomes relevant. It's not combining too many factors. Really, it's combining, if it has a label like Ubers, it's literally combining clear speed. So it's all about how fast you can clear the content, whether it's Ubers or mapping, in a map that's good for the build. And it also somewhat has something to do with safety, survival, and expense. But the main factors, the big factor, is the clear speed. And that is what this is meant to communicate. There's other tier lists, there's other ways you can do this where you just combine all the factors equally. We do not combine all the factors equally here. We're just trying to focus on how strong is the ability or skill or the build. How strong can it get? What is the upper limit? And in general, what is the general limit of how strong the build can get? There's other approaches. Like I said, there's definitely other approaches you can take. If you feel like a build is only really strong with really good gear, or just good gear in general, you can like rate it an F tier, just because you feel like the gear is too expensive or something, even if it can get to that level and be that strong. So, I don't know. I felt like it was a bit easier and clearer to communicate how powerful the builds are, and then to leave it up to you guys to decide whether or not you want to invest in the build, or if you can invest in the build, or if you feel like it's safe enough if you're playing hardcore, if you're feeling like it's too dangerous. Those things do matter a little bit when ranking these builds, but they don't matter a lot. The big one is the clearing the content speed. It will tell you how annoying or frustrating or easy it is to clear something. And that's what those pluses and minuses are for, and of course the main tiers themselves. For you, full Skelly Necro or Druid Summon is stronger. Well, you could just see the tier list, exclamation S4 tier list. The tiers really speak for themselves, guys. They really speak for themselves. So if you go to Summon Necro builds, you can see like all skeletons, revives, they literally directly compare. So all skeletons is S, what is regular Summon Druid, it's A. What would I rather map with? Well, you already know. I'd rather map with a Summon Necro. Summon Necros are the strongest Necromancer summoner build currently in existence for a summoner build. Pure Skeletons or Skeleton Revive combinations, especially like archers with melee units, are the strongest combinations currently in the game for summoning. Is Summon build. Summon build gets an honorable mention because Summon is currently the strongest. Summon Zon is like gone up 2 tiers since they reworked it this season, and it's actually solid. What would be the best weapon or rune word for bows on multi-shot? Honestly, if you're going bows on multi-shot, because of the 6-socket change again, you're probably looking at a 6-socketed wind force with 6 ohm runes of something to that degree. There are other approaches. Bariza will also be solid. However, I like Bariza better on a Strafe Zon. Strafe Zon's actually not very impressive unless you use Bariza, because you need all the negative enemy physical res you can get. And if you get a solid Bariza with Strafe, it pumps. It just shreds everything. It's pretty insane. That being said, it's compared to some other builds this season, it's not necessarily the strongest approach. There's other builds that have been elevated this season, and other builds that have taken a little bit of a hit, or a lot more than a little bit of a hit. And they're all build compared to each other. So if you see an S- build for mapping, you should be able to compare it directly to another S- build for mapping in terms of clear speed, if that makes any sense. For overall clear speed, with taking somewhat the budget of the gear, somewhat in the expense into account, because sometimes the ultra high end version of the build can be a bit different from the things that are a bit more realistic. Like Whirlwind, you can have an S plus Whirlwind build, 100%, 110%. You just need the it can melt everything like butter. You can just like tap one button and melt through things. You just need crazy gear to do it. Is Valkyrie considered a lightning skill in PD2? No, but it has lightning. It has lightning in physical components to its damage. So the lightning damage is actually pretty significant as well. So keep that in mind when you're synergizing it and building it. I don't know between Assassin Trap or Sword Frozen Orb. Pretty close. Pretty close. Pretty close approaches. Dude, Sword Frozen Orb surprised me. That 20% range increase made it pretty insane, actually. It bumped it up at least 2 sub-tiers. Pretty crazy stuff. I'm going hardcore this season with the community. We're actually going to be playing with the community, so if you want to do some community mapping a lot, we'll be doing that a lot in here. Not all the time, but a lot. Thanks for the answer, because I love Summoner, actually. Do they bring back 6-socketed slams for 2-handers? Yes, they did. That's making those really high-end weapons powerful. That's another thing, is like Strafe and Multi-Shot can be S or S plus tier as well, but they also require crazy weapons, and they require some pretty crazy gear. So it's the gear level matters a lot more on the physical damage builds, because they actually require insanely expensive stuff. The stuff that requires maybe something that's expensive, but it's not insanely expensive, doesn't affect the tier as much, if that makes any sense. The things that really affect the tiers are like absurdly expensive things. Stuff that would make the builds way stronger, but it's so out of reach for most people that it's just not. That makes any sense. It's mostly the really high end of the expense that matters. Seems like Lightsork is just broke. Heard of Senpai is adjusting. Nothing that needed retesting during the beta, so, well, I'll try to provide updates to this video if it's necessary, if there are major changes that I think could affect the power of a build, or did affect the power of the build in ways that have been reported by the community in a serious manner. I'll definitely provide updates if needed. If they are, I'll provide a top pin comment on the video if necessary. I'm not sure if the new Mage Fists would add skills or not to the Valk. I don't think they do. I didn't try that though. I took the blanket off. What are you wearing on my chair? It's a chair. What would you recommend for hardcore assassin? Make a Fire seems pretty solid, but I'm thinking the start is Cobra Strike. Cobra Strike's just fine. Poison builds are pretty good for starting, because there's not a lot of poison immunes even in the early game, and they're really good at clearing like Travancore and Chaos and even the Pit to some degree. So they're pretty solid. That's why I said Poison Javelin is good too. I did mention Cobra Strike as a potential starter. It's not physical or magic damage, but it's maybe the element that makes the most sense to use in the early game if you're trying for something that's not boss farming. They buffed Orb. They buffed Orb, yeah. Well, at least for mapping. The ranging. They gave it a range increase, which makes it much better for mapping. Um, so if you look over here, I tested this directly. So I tested any of the big. Well, I tested all the changes except for one, but I tested the big changes the most. And this one I definitely saw, even in our hour and a half of Sorceress testing, which is after I already created all my items. See, the other characters, I already created my items. I think in terms of creating items for the Sorceress plus testing the Sorceress, there's actually 2.5 hours of testing the Sorceress. So I don't really add that in as a time factor on the other ones. So if I'm being a bit more fair, I actually tested it more like 2.5 hours. But that being said, I had, let's see. So Orb was pretty crazy. Orb surprised me, honestly. Like, it was strong. Like, before it was just like strong in a map, but it's like, why would you use it over the other S tier builds? Um, like Frost Nova, for instance. Now it's like, I might actually rather use Frozen Orb, honestly, because maybe I don't want to get that close to the monsters. And honestly, it seemed to clear maybe even a little faster. It was hard to tell. Hard to tell. Good question, though. Good question. In which VOD can I see the retesting of the Summon Amazon? That should be yesterday's VOD, I think, towards the beginning, actually. I think so, because that was, yeah, that was the last beta patch. Yeah, should be yesterday's VOD. Towards the very beginning. Not the very beginning, because the very beginning I was doing Lightning Fury, but I was retesting Lightning Fury, which is why I brought it down 2/3 of a tier. I keep changing this one though. I think I'm gonna stop changing it. I'm just gonna leave it at S minus now. But it still clears like a beast once you get 3 or 4 javelins out. It flattens things. Poison Nova can flatten things even easier, but it needs even more elite gear. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. I've been playing with moving these from S minus to S, and I don't know. After testing some Sorceress builds, I think maybe they should just sit at S minus. Hard to say though. I don't know. I keep wanting to move them back up. I'm like, but there's also this situation because I did a lot of testing on these, and it's like, I don't know. I'm having problems ranking these two, but I'm just leaving them at S minus. I try to be as precise as possible, like I said. Um, it can be hard sometimes though. Um, but there's never been a day where Poison Nova on PD2 is never a very strong build, if that makes any sense. That's all you really got to know about it. It's always gonna be fun. It's still a fun build too, especially with the Blood Warp changes. You can't. It doesn't change. So Blood Warp doesn't take a percent of. It doesn't take a percent of your maximum life anymore. It's like current life, which means now you could kind of use it for a while and get down very low, especially on software. You don't have to worry about that too much. I found it hard to keep up with AR with Martial Arts Assassin in the leveling phase. Yeah, attack rating is a little easier to achieve when you have some gear, maybe on those builds. That's one of the reasons why I recommend like Mind Blast and Cyclic Hammer probably, and which is fat magic and physical damage with AOE, which meets this criteria once again. This is the criteria that matters the most for early game. And then of course there's the fire, which just has huge AOE really. That's really what it comes down to with Wake of Fire, which is nice for like cow farming and shit. Newer to your chat, but love lurking. First season of PD2, hell yeah, man. Feel free to be a lurker, man. Okay. Can you recommend cheap solo Uber killers? The cheapest one I've ever tested is Jab Amazon. You just need a true silver and some kind of item that does amp, like even something as easy as a Headhunter's Glory, which people usually don't value super high. I don't know why. Maybe that will change at some point. It's very strong. Why is Bladeson S plus? Because it melts the Ubers. They are melted. They are absolutely just. It's like you melt some butter in the microwave, It just melts him because it's crazy. That's why it's crazy strong. All right. Do we have any more questions? Is that the end of the question and answer session? If so, this is a shorter video than last time, and it's still very long though. Um, and I'll try to get timestamps for us going over lightning skills. I think I'm gonna get timestamps for um the trees themselves when I go over them, and then of course the conclusion and whatnot. Um, I don't know. This is a really fun project. I really love making tier lists, and I know I probably go crazier than like anyone when it comes to this. I've never seen a crazier approach to building tier lists than I do, but I try to give you guys accurate information. Accuracy is very important. Also, useful information. So when it comes to like what characters do you want to work towards in the late game, this might help you out. You know, this might help eliminate some things. You don't want to play a build that's just decent and effective in maps. Maybe you just want to play the bigger ones, or maybe you want to. Maybe you're a hipster. Maybe you want to see which builds people think are trash, and you want to look for them and target them specifically. You're like, well, I want to kill the Ubers, my Fist of the Heavens Paladin, which I actually did, by the way, because I want to show people that it's kind of cool. You know, just whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do, man. Um, maybe that's what you want to do, or at least you'll know what the meta is most likely to be too. So people always want to know what's meta. Lightning, chain lightning is shaping up to be meta. Even chain lightning sentry is looking up to be a meta build. Uh, Anything that's like in the S or S plus tier is usually going to be a pretty good meta, right? Or S minus even is still pretty meta. Anything in S minuses for like summons, just in general, just it's gonna be pretty meta. Pretty good stuff. You can definitely do it. So you see how the meta is kind of it's pushed by a lot of these really strong builds to get the strongest, most efficient mappers to get the most currency as fast as possible. You're a hipster, yeah. So then go go play the hipster builds. Go map with cold arrow. Go go try to prove me wrong. Out of all the testing I've done with poison creeper, show me that it clears a map. I don't know. Have fun with it. Uh, yeah. And once again, this tier list I'd like to emphasize is focusing on late game with a heavy emphasis on clear speed and kill speed. The survivability and expense is a minor factor. So I could I could I could even put like minor factors considered instead of like other factors considered. So these are minor factors, and you can take that as it is. If you think they're the most important things and you think that clear speed doesn't matter at all, um, I guess a tier list like this might be a little less helpful to you. I mean, I'm not trying to sell it short, but if you think that whether a build requires a decent amount of gear matters a lot, and you just don't think you'll ever get there, um, some of this tier list doesn't really reflect that 100%. And you might think, well, it's going to be strong, but am I going to be able to make it as strong as it's supposed to be? I don't know. I don't know. So I mean, it is a minor factor, so it still is reflected somewhat, but it's not a big one. Safety and survivability does matter a little bit, though. It definitely makes a difference sometimes. Which means that hardcore is considered. I'm a hardcore player, so I consider it, but it's not like I'm going to be like, well, as a hardcore player, I would say that Poison Nova is trashed here. It's C tier um, because because you have to go in the middle of the monsters. I'm not gonna be like that. Like I could do that. I could rank it like that, but that's not. I don't think it's gonna help the majority of the players understand how strong the build can be when you play it correctly, and when you get the correct gear. So that's why I went for this approach, because I felt like it would help people understand what to work towards, and to what to think about, what to idealize, what to play, and what to give them. So it's gonna be good, fun stuff to play, especially if you're on a budget on time, right? and you just want to get to something good. How much HP do Ubers have with 2 players compared to 1? I believe that's a, what is that? Isn't that like 100% increase? I don't know about this mod though. I thought it was like up to 100 and then it's like 150 and then like 200. I don't remember though. It's something like that though. It's a lot of extra HP. Just having another player in the game makes it a lot harder, which makes sense. There's 2 of you. Let the hardcore players judge what is tanky enough for hardcore. I say I play hardcore as well. Yeah, see that's the thing. Is like I'm a hardcore player for the most part. I play a lot of hardcore. And I still don't think it's the most important thing to judge and how good a build is. To me, as a hardcore, I just can judge the gear for myself, so I can switch out some gear items, right? All you gotta do is switch out some gear. The build might have a little bit less DPS, but you just switch out some gear and you make it tankier, right? You can make almost any build as tanky as you want. And then you can judge for yourself if you're comfortable enough with the playstyle on hardcore. I don't think that's why it's a minor factor, right? For Ubers, it can be a bit more though. So yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, I could change the wording on that actually. Minor factors considered. They are minor. They matter sometimes. On some builds, they matter more than others. Like for Whirlwind Barb, budget will matter a little bit more because there's some crazy stuff you can craft or find and corrupt, and I didn't even have the craziest corruptions because I wasn't combining corruptions with socket numbers. So there's crazier stuff you can get. I try to do something. I try to leave crazy corruptions out of most of the analysis, unless it was to simulate a +3 amulet or something similar that was hard to acquire in testing because of the codes. And that's about it. Like I like a +3 Mars, for instance, to simulate +3 Ami for damage. You could even +4 Ami, so I mean, we'll take it as it is, right? There are things you can get that are even higher end on the higher ends of the spectrum that can make the builds even stronger. Appreciate the work that you're doing. Minor feedback on presenting the. It's really okay. Right. Are you mean my presentation of the spreadsheet? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of just like I'm not really presenting it right now. I did my presentation already. I'm doing the question and answer session, so sorry about that, man. If you just got in here. I know sometimes I do have some I don't know, I don't stand still very well. I've told my chat this before. I have a problem standing still or sitting still really. My body wants to move. It's even though I spend most of my day on a computer chair, that's just how it is. Maybe that's not the best idea, right? Yeah, no problem. Exclamation S4 tier list. You're good. Any more questions? Did I miss anything? Hey, thank you for the feedback, Ivan. That is awesome that you have enjoyed the streams. Um, what does that even mean? Dragon Claw is insane, bro. It's just one punch woman, man. It hurts. It's strong. It's actually insane. Did a poison javelin take a hard hit? It did. It used to be S tier. It used to be overpowered. It used to just break everything, just like some of these other builds can do when they get gear and whatnot. Now it's just high end, balanced and strong. It's still very strong. Poison javelin, even in the end game, is strong as crap. Okay. Exclamation S4 tier list will be. All right. So anyway, chat. I think we are done. I think we're done. Is all this on the exam? It's okay. You don't have to take an exam. All you gotta do is play the game and have fun. It's good stuff. It's there'd be no test. I'm afraid no test is necessary. Which build surprised me the most? Oh man, I did not expect them to get summons on up to a powerful level with appropriate auras and plus skills, and appropriate gameplay. Really cool. Some other things that really surprised me is how strong a combination of fire arrow with freezing arrow can be. Specifically those 2 skills. For just clearing maps, even with dual elements. Very strong. Another thing that was very surprising was I did not expect their buffs to make lightning and chain lightning that powerful, but it did. I did not expect it at all. I also didn't expect Lightning Fury to still be monstrous before they nerfed it, but then they nerfed it really hard and it's still very strong, but it's not monstrous. I also didn't expect with all the nerfs for Blade Fury to still hit like a truck and absolutely shred the Ubers. So there are some things I didn't expect. Some things were very surprising. Another thing I kind of didn't expect was for the item ferocity to actually make builds strong. But I kind of expected it because I tested it thinking that there was a gear combination that could make it work. And it did. So ferocity is looking pretty good for those awesome, interesting builds. Very powerful, interesting builds too. Very safe. No, not giving that to charity. This is mine. Mine. See you in game? Oh, yeah. And remember, December 3rd, 10 a.m. Guys, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when they're launching it. There might be a delay. There's always delays. It might be something else that's going on. It might be a little bit different, but that's okay. Be there, be square. We're going to be hitting it hard. Hardcore community. We might even try to get to 99 this time, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Was it good or bad? What do you mean? Was Frozen Orb good or bad? S tier. All right. Anyway, check the tier list, man. I mean, I could answer these questions, but we did all the work for a reason. We did all the work for a reason. You guys can check it yourselves, and you guys can help inform yourself just how strong something is. It's crazy strong. That's how strong it is. All right. Anyway, new video. That's kind of where I'm at, Ben. I think I'm gonna go cold though because I want to try out the new catacombs. I really am excited about trying out the new catacombs. I know. I might try it out first, but see, here's what's gonna happen. I might try like an early game farmer, and then the build that I get to 99, I actually might make a. I'm thinking like 99 hardcore would be sick on like a. What I'm thinking is like Claws of Thunder, maybe even. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Claws of Thunder, oh yeah. On hardcore too. I think we can make it work. Claws of Thunder, baby. I wouldn't do level 1. No. Early game, go charge Bolt, man. That's a respec, I think. This is your skill you start with on cold. Ice Bolt. At best, Frost Nova. But even that's kind of janky on early game. I mean, you can do it, though. You can maybe go Frost Nova and make it work, but you're probably going to have to respec no matter what you do, because Blizzard's probably going to be your target if you're going Catacombs or Andy farming with the Andy and Catacombs changes, making them all level 85 and making her have the same loot table as Mephisto. Exclamation S4 tier list. All right, I'm going to continue to answer questions off the video now. GG, good for the session. Once again, you can always catch me at twitch.tv /Dark Humility for 6 to 7 days a week, usually 7 days a week, of Diablo 2 action. I am full-time. So stop by, and we're here all the time, and can help out, support the stream, just like people helped out with testing. I never know everything. I also forget things sometimes here and there. There's so much to the Diablo 2 in general, even the regular game, and PD2 just blows the doors wide open on all kinds of things. It's a very fun mod. Recommend it to anyone that is playing D2R currently, or who's never tried a mod and thinks maybe mods are like going to be janky quality or something. No, this is a very high quality mod. So yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy this high quality mod. Enjoy it. Smash it. Kill it. Easy mode. It's gonna be solid. And remember, the link is exclamation S4 tier list in the chat. And of course, there will be the link to this tier list in the video. It might be updated a little bit if I get any more intel, but direct testing is over for season 4 for the most part. So if I get any more intel or see any videos on what the skill can do in different situations, that may be a little different that I didn't think of because you can't test everything, that's fun. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy this late game mapping, Uber killer, single target, whatever tier list. Hope you guys try out all these things and even more that I didn't even test. Hope you guys just have a lot of fun with the mod in general. Kill it. It's really good stuff. We will put the timestamps below as well as soon as possible once I get the video uploaded, and you guys will be able to kill it. Keep having fun on open beta too. If you're testing some things yourselves on open beta, just testing some leveling builds, we'll kill it. Smash it. All right, so GG. I will kill it, man. Let's get it. Hope you guys enjoy this insane season. The reason why I keep making these tier lists, by the way, since season 2, this is now the 3rd edition, the season 4 edition, is because of the community support. The community loves this thing, man. I get such good reviews on this tier list, so I hope you guys really enjoy these types of things. I wouldn't be doing this if the community didn't think this was useful and didn't really enjoy this and enjoy all the testing that I do to make it happen. So awesome stuff, guys. Anyway, Dark Humility over and out. See you guys for some awesome PD2 content in the season ahead, and of course a D2R ladder when it launches. Once again, twitch.tv/Dark Humility. Smash it. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video and if you found it helpful for playing a build in season 2, or working towards one, or farming towards one, whatever you want to do. See you out. Let's go. Dark Humility.